Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different, and a little bloodier. You're not just hearing about the Roman Colosseum, you're stepping into it. That's right, it's 80 CE, the sun is scorching, 50,000 eyes are locked on you, and you've just been shoved through a dark stone archway into a giant pit surrounded by roaring, hungry Romans. And the worst part? You're definitely not going to survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and time in the comments too. I want to know who's joining me from what corner of the Empire. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing that hits you isn't the smell, it's the noise. A deep, vibrating roar, like the inside of a lion's throat. Only it's 50,000 people chanting for blood. Then comes the smell, sweat, oil, wet stone, dried blood, and something metallic. You're barefoot, chained to a group of equally terrified strangers, and you're all wearing the same tunic. Itchy wool, already stained with someone else's fear. Welcome to the Colosseum, friend. This isn't your story alone. It's the story of every unlucky soul tossed into this architectural marvel that doubled as a death theatre. Don't let the iconic arches fool you. It's not a stadium. It's a slaughterhouse with seats. As the gates slide open, yes, actual trap gates operated by ropes and slaves, the midday sun floods the arena. Your eyes squint against it, but the crowd sees everything. You're the opening act, not a headliner. That honour goes to the trained gladiators later. You're pre-game entertainment and cannon fodder. Some people think every match here was a noble duel between evenly matched warriors. Wrong. So wrong. The vast majority of combatants weren't professionals. They were prisoners, woes, foreign obtainers, criminals, even unlucky debtors. You're in that last category, sold off by your family to cover some overdue taxes and now holding a chipped wooden sword they told you was symbolic. Spoiler, it's not symbolic enough to keep you alive. To your left, a man is already crying. To your right, another is whispering a prayer in a language you don't recognise. It doesn't matter. The gate across the arena opens. Out trots a man covered in shining bronze armour, with a net and a trident. He looks bored. He's done this 50 times and his gear is custom fit. Yours is, well, minimalist. Let's pause for a second. Did you know the Colosseum, officially called the Flavian Amphitheatre, opened with 100 days of games? Executions, beast hunts, naval battles, and of course rigged duels. Historians still argue about the scale of the bloodshed. Some claim up to 9,000 animals were killed in the first opening weeks alone. Others say that numbers exaggerated, a propaganda flex by Emperor Titus to show off imperial dominance. What's not debated is that those opening spectacles were designed to shock, awe and numb the public to state-sponsored brutality. Mission accomplished. Back to the arena. The guy with the trident takes a few steps forward and gestures for you to come at him. You freeze. What's the move? Charge? Play dead? Hope the crowd gets distracted by a pigeon? Nope, doesn't matter. The trident sails across the sand and lands in your thigh. The crowd erupts, your legs buckle. The pain is white hot, but the shame is worse. Your attacker saunters over and yanks the weapon out. He could kill you now, but he drags it out. He's putting on a show. Here's a fun fact, well, fun if you're into twisted trivia. Some matches were so clearly one-sided that the victor was promised in advance. Like rigged wrestling, but with actual fatalities. Sponsors would pay to have their favoured fighters win, often arranging for their opponents to be drugged, malnourished, or simply not informed that they'd be fighting that day. There's even a record of a man being shoved into the ring with no weapons at all, just a wooden prop shield painted with flowers. He lasted about 7 seconds. The man standing over you now raises his hand. The crowd roars again. You catch fragments. Strike! Finish him! Coward. You wonder if they see you as a person or just a prop, maybe both. Then comes the thumb. Ah yes, the Emperor's thumb. Here's the thing, despite what Hollywood tells you, we don't actually know which direction meant death. Some scholars argue that pollis verso, the term used in ancient texts, could mean thumb up, down, sideways, or even a hidden gesture. Others claim the thumb represented a sword. Up meant drawn, down meant sheathed. So while movies love the dramatic thumbs down, the reality is, no one knows. What we do know is that one flick of a rich man's wrist could decide your fate. And in your case, it's unclear. The emperor, some forgettable nephew of somebody powerful, is too busy laughing at a joke someone told. No gesture comes. The crowd grows restless. Your opponent sighs. He swings the trident one last time. Darkness. But your story's not over, not really. Your body is dragged off by 2 teenage slaves. If you're lucky, they'll dump you into the pit behind the stage, one of the many mass graves beneath the arena floor. If you're unlucky, they'll find you're still breathing. And then you get the honour of facing the beast tomorrow. Because this isn't about fair fights. It never was. This is about control, spectacle, and the state reminding people what happens to those who fall out of line. When you wake up, it's not to the soft linen sheets of a recovery ward. No, you come to in the chill shadows of a stone cell. Your leg's been half bandaged with what looks like someone else's tunic, and there's dried blood flaking off your knee. A bowl of gruel sits next to your head, crawling with flies and optimism. The sounds above you rumble like distant thunder. More games, more screams, more cheering. You survived your debut, barely, and that means you're now part of the system. Welcome to the life of a trainee gladiator. Or more accurately, welcome to being a human commodity at Ludus Gladiatorius, the gladiator school. The irony? Gladiator schools sound almost noble, like you're all being groomed for glory. What they really are is part barracks, part prison, and part torture chamber. You're marched there in chains, half limping past rows of statues meant to inspire you. Heroes from past matches, carved in marble, names chiselled in with flowery tributes. Most of them died in their first year, some of them in their first fight. But they were beautiful corpses, so hey, legacy? Inside the school everything's regulated. You're assigned a cell, 2 bowls of food a day, barely, and a brutal training schedule that starts before sunrise and ends when your muscles give out. Your trainer, a doctor of the school, is not a healer, despite the title. He's a former gladiator with a scarred face and zero tolerance for weakness. He has a long stick he likes to slap against walls and ribs. Discipline is his favourite word, pain is his favourite method. Every morning begins the same. Jog the courtyard, swing wooden swords until your arms go numb. Practice falls, rolls, lunges, and evasions, because dying gracefully is also part of the curriculum. The Romans value performance. If you have to die, die with flair. Here's where it gets twisted. The better you get at fighting, the more valuable you become. And the more valuable you are, the more likely you are to be kept alive. For a while. But you're also more likely to be used in matches where the stakes are tilted just enough to test your marketability. The house wants a return on its investment. That means feeding you into unfair matches to boost the odds or humiliate another fighter. And the odds? Oh, they're never in your favour. You're grouped with other newcomers. Gauls, Greeks, Egyptians, Syrians. Most don't speak Latin. One guy hasn't spoken at all since arriving. A big Germanic youth named Varkus seems to have caught the trainer's eye. He swings like a bear and takes hits like one too. You overhear the trainers muttering about his exhibition potential. Translation: he's good enough to be used as a pet for something showy and probably rigged. Some days you're forced into mock battles. You and your fellow recruits are pitted against one another with wooden weapons, but no helmets. Bruises become badges of shame. If you win too quickly, you're labelled cocky. If you lose too quickly, you're a disappointment. There's no winning, just degrees of survival. There's one story that floats around the school, whispered in the cracks of the stone walls during the night, about a gladiator named Lupercus, who was so skilled they kept giving him weaker and weaker opponents to keep the show thrilling. It was like watching a tiger toy with rabbits, until one day they set him up, put him against a blind beggar with a hidden blade. The blade was laced with poison. Lupercus won the fight. Then he collapsed an hour later, foaming at the mouth. That's how they thank you here, for keeping the crowd happy. What's fascinating and tragic is how normalised all of this becomes. You catch yourself talking about your own hypothetical death like it's just another workout. If they put me up against a secutor, I'll aim for the legs. If it's a retiarius, stay away from the net. These aren't jokes, they're strategies. And they're built on the assumption that your next fight might not be fair. Because guess what? It won't be. Unfair matchups weren't a bug in the system. They were the system. A gladiator with years of experience might be told to go easy on a newcomer. Not out of mercy, but because the crowd loves an underdog. The loser wins, the winner takes a dive, and bets are rigged accordingly. But if someone gets carried away or the newbie flukes a real win, the punishment is swift and merciless. One popular method: toss the offender into the next Venecio, the animal hunt as accidental prey. Oh, and speaking of rigging, here's a fringe detail. Some trainers were rumoured to inject fighters with strange herbs or wines before matches, some to numb pain, others to dull senses. One exotic recipe included poppy, fermented honey, and ground beetle. Nobody really knew what it did, except that fighters on it laughed a lot and then passed out mid-match. There's no recipe book, just scribbles in the margins of old Roman texts and guesses from archaeologists piecing together ancient pharmacology like a forensic puzzle. That brings us to a big debate. Were gladiators respected or reviled? Some historians argue they were like rock stars, worshipped, adored, and elevated. Others insist they were closer to livestock, applauded in the moment, but easily discarded. The truth? Probably both. Gladiators were celebrities with expiration dates. The crowd might chant your name today and demand your blood tomorrow. Fame and death went hand in hand, sometimes literally. By the end of your first week in training, your hands are blistered, your back aches like a broken wheel, and you've learned how to dodge, parry, and fall without screaming. That last skill? Crucial. Screaming makes the crowd think you're weak. And if they think you're weak, they'll want to see you suffer longer. You've seen the look in your trainer's eyes. He's already planning your first real match. It won't be fair, but it will be loud, bloody, and profitable. And that's what you are now, profit in the shape of a person. You're awake before the sun again, sweating before you've even moved. The air in the gladiator barracks is thick with the stink of old blood, wet stone, and dreams that ended violently. This morning feels different though. Oh, the trainer doesn't yell. He doesn't even hit anyone. He just stands in the archway with his arms crossed, that sour expression carved onto his face. "Selected," he grunts, pointing to three of you. One is Varkas, the giant. The second is a lean Thracian kid who hasn't even healed from last week's sparring injury. And then there's you. Great. He tells you nothing else, no opponent, no weapons list, just that you'll be suiting up for an exhibition fight. "For the magistrate," he adds, spitting into the dirt like the word leaves a bad taste in his mouth. That means someone rich, maybe even imperial, is in town. And when Rome's elite shows up to watch people die, you'd better believe the odds are already stacked against someone. The question is, who? You're escorted down a winding corridor to the Colosseum's underbelly. Again. It's less dramatic the second time, but not by much. The stone halls echo with the groaning of pulley systems and the yips of caged animals. Somewhere nearby, a lion is not having a good morning. Neither are you. This time you're handed gear. Real weapons, not wooden. A short gladius, a curved scutum shield, and a helmet so dented it probably has its own tragic history. You put it on anyway. The smell inside is unbelievable. Sweat, rust, and that sour metallic scent of panic. But there's no room to be precious about it. You're pushed toward the platform. The gate groans open. The light again, that blinding wall of white heat. The roar of the crowd rises like a tidal wave. You squint. Across the sand, standing relaxed and confident, is a man in full bronze armour. His chestplate glints like gold. His helmet is polished. His arms, tattooed with victory marks, one for each kill. There are 11. A murmur goes through the crowd. This guy is known, a local legend maybe, a house favourite. And now you're supposed to face him. This isn't a test, it's a setup. Here's the trick they don't tell you about exhibitions. They're rarely fair and they're never truly for practice. They're for spectacle. For noblemen to place bets and feel the pulse of the arena without getting any sand on their sandals. They arrange these matches with an end in mind. Somebody must die, and it's already been decided who that'll be. Your role. Make it look good. But something odd happens. The man across from you raises his blade in salute. Not just to the Emperor seated in his velvet box, but to you. His eyes, visible through the helmet slit, are hard but not cruel. He doesn't want this either. That's new. When the horn sounds, he doesn't charge. He circles. You match his pace, shield raised. Every step kicks up a puff of dust. The crowd quiets just slightly, leaning forward. Waiting. He lunges. A fake out. You block awkwardly. He lunges again, real this time, and your shield takes the blow with a shudder. The crowd gasps. They love that sound. Metal on metal, meat behind it. You dodge left, swing low. Miss. He pivots, grabs your shield arm, and throws you to the ground in one fluid motion. He could kill you right now, Instead, he leans in and mutters, "Play dead," just loud enough for you to hear. Wait, what? He presses the blade lightly against your chest and roars toward the audience. They erupt. Then, in one theatrical move, he slices the air just above your throat and steps back, arms wide, playing to the Emperor's box like a conductor finishing a symphony. The crowd buys it. They see your limp body, your twitching legs, the blood you coughed up from the fall, and they believe they've seen a kill. But you're breathing, you're blinking, and your ribs definitely hurt like they've been headbutted by a donkey, but you're alive. He walks off, leaving you there like yesterday's drama. Eventually the slaves come, roll you onto a cart and wheel you off stage. One whispers, "Lucky," under his breath. The other, he looks annoyed. Probably lost a bet. You get dumped behind the arena, still playing dead. Once the cart moves on, you sit up. That fighter, whoever he was, saved you. Why? Maybe he saw something in you. Maybe he's tired of murder. Or maybe it's just a quiet rebellion against the whole rotten system. There are whispers about fighters who fake kills to spare each other, but it's dangerous. If the crowd catches on, if the sponsor gets angry, both of you can be fed to the beasts. No trial, no apology, just a lion with your name on it. Let's talk about money, because that's what most of these matchups boil down to. A good fighter could make a fortune, if they survived long enough to collect. The real profits, though, were made by the lanista, the school owner, and the sponsors. They'd set odds, arrange outcomes, and manipulate matchups to sway the betting pools. A weaker fighter might be pumped full of wine before a match. Another might be told to lose in exchange for better food or privileges. It was like rigged boxing meets blood sacrifice. Here's a weird historical detail. Some matches were fixed not just for money, but for draw. Roman society loved narrative. They'd pit a former slave against the master who condemned him, or stage a fight between two brothers, real or invented. One scroll even mentions a fight between a husband and wife, she dressed as an Amazon, he as a centaur. Romantic? Maybe, until she lost her head. And this brings us to an old debate. Were all matches unfair, or just the worst ones? Scholars argue endlessly about how much of the gladiator system was sport versus sheer political theatre. Some say the best fighters fought fair duels. Others believe all of it was rigged to maximise entertainment value and reinforce Rome's power. The truth is probably a tangled mix of both. But in your case, this fight was a lie, and the lie saved your life. Back in the training cells, you sit in the corner and press a damp cloth against your ribs. The others glance at you differently now, not with envy or awe, but something softer, maybe respect, maybe pity. You played dead, and for now, that's good enough, until they call your name again. The cell door creaks open 3 days later. You're still sore, still bruised in places you didn't even know had nerves, and definitely not mentally ready for whatever's about to happen. The same guard who always smells like onions and crushed dreams barks your name. "You're up," he grunts. No explanation, no weapon, just a shove in the general direction of your doom. Classic. This time there's no armour waiting. No sword, not even a helmet. You're handed a scratchy brown tunic and a leather belt and told to walk. The pit of your stomach drops because you've heard the rumours. When they give you the tunic and nothing else, you're not being sent to fight a man. You're being sent to entertain. And not in the good way. You're marched through the tunnels, the torchlight flickering against the damp walls, illuminating old blood spatters that no one bothered to clean. The smell of animals hits you first. Sharp, musty and wrong. You're not sure what's in the next room until you hear it. A low growl, rumbling like thunder wrapped in fur. Then it clicks. The lions. They're prepping a damnatio ad bestias, condemnation to the beasts. This isn't combat. It's execution dressed up as theatre. The worst part, it's wildly popular. People love it. Nothing gets the crowd clapping like a man trying to outrun a bear, or failing to outrun a leopard. This isn't about skill, it's about spectacle. It's about the raw, primal pleasure of watching someone be reduced to prey. You're lined up with 4 others, all wearing the same frightened expression and terrible tunic. One guy is whispering prayers, another is trying to bite through the leather strap binding his wrists. He's not going to make it. You all know it. They push you into a holding area, just a small wooden gate between you and the sand. On the other side, a tiger is pacing in a cage. The trainer nearby is holding a long stick and looks like he's bored of existing. When the gate opens, he says without even making eye contact, "Run for the columns. Don't stop, don't fall, don't scream too much." And that's it. That's your coaching. Helpful. A horn blows, the crowd cheers like it's payday. The gate lifts with a groan. And just like that, you're sprinting onto the arena floor, bare feet slapping against hot sand, chest pounding, the roar of thousands hammering your ears from every direction. The tiger is released, and all of Rome watches to see if you'll make it 20 seconds. Now here's the messed up part. You're not even the main event. These beast hunts, or venaciones, were the morning shows. Warm-ups. A bloody little appetizer before the real matches. The crowd doesn't even know your name. You're listed as condemned criminal number 7. For a crime you didn't even commit. The paperwork probably says theft, or treason, or something vague like disrespecting the gods. Doesn't matter. You're part of the blood rain ritual now. You dart behind a broken column just in time. The tiger swipes at another man, and the sound it makes is horrifying, like cloth tearing and meat splitting all in one go. The man screams, but it's cut off mid-breath. You don't look, you don't want to remember his face. Here's a historical detail that most people miss. These animals weren't just random beasts plucked from the wilderness. They were imported. Tigers from India, lions from Africa, bears from Gaul, crocodiles from the Nile. They were shipped, caged and half-starved so they'd be extra aggressive on show day. That's right, Rome had a literal supply chain dedicated to importing terror. The animals were brutalized into rage and then loosed upon the condemned like wind-up nightmares. But every now and then one of the animals didn't play along. There's a famous story of a lion who entered the arena, looked around at the screaming crowd and just sat down, refused to attack. The crowd was furious. Some say the lion was later killed backstage, others say it was pardoned and retired as a sort of celebrity beast. Who knows? The truth is buried under layers of myth, but it's a small reminder that even the monsters sometimes had more mercy than the audience. Back in your reality, you're still hiding behind the column, heart slamming against your ribs like it's trying to break out. You don't know where the tiger went. All you hear is chaos, screaming, growling, the crunch of bone. You know you won't last much longer like this. And then silence. The growling stops. The crowd quiets. You peek out and see something you didn't expect. The tiger has turned its back. It's pacing the edge of the arena, uninterested in the last survivor. You. The gate opens again. A figure steps out, tall, armoured, confident. A venator, one of Rome's trained animal hunters. He walks slowly, casually, like this is just another Tuesday. And for him, it is. He pulls back his bow, fires, and the arrow sinks into the tiger's side. It snarls, spins, stumbles, and collapses. The crowd roars, not for the tiger, not for you, for the hunter, the hero who ended the show. You're just collateral, an afterthought. They escort you off the field, trembling and soaked in cold sweat. You're not even sure how you're alive. Maybe luck, maybe the tiger just wasn't hungry, maybe that sitting lion energy passed on. Either way, you've lived through one of the most unfair setups imaginable. And here's the bigger question. Why do people keep watching this? Scholars still debate it. Some say it was about moral lesson, condemning criminals publicly as a warning. Others say it was psychological release, a way for the crowd to let out suppressed violence. But most agree it was entertainment at its most extreme. And when the crowd grows numb to a sword fight, you need a tiger. And when that's not enough, you stage a blindfolded man fighting 2 hyenas. Yes, that really happened. Back in the holding area, one of the other survivors, if he can be called that, asks you how it felt. You don't answer. You just stare at the floor, remembering how close the tiger's breath came to your neck. You're not a gladiator today. You're not even a criminal. You're a prop in a machine that only moves when fed by blood. And you're starting to understand just how deep this horror goes. You don't sleep that night. Not really. You lie on your back, staring at the cracks in the stone ceiling while rats shuffle nearby, and your muscles twitch from memories of sprinting through the arena with a tiger breathing down your spine. You keep seeing the claws, the blur of stripes, that frozen moment when the beast chose not to end you. And you wonder, was that mercy or boredom? No one talks much the next morning, not even the loud Gaul who usually snores like thunder. There's a kind of silence that sinks into your bones after a brush with that level of terror. But the quiet doesn't last. By midday, the guards return, barking names and jabbing spears through the bars. The games are ongoing, and you're not off the hook just yet. This time, though, the buzz in the hallway feels different, less desperate, almost excited. You're not being marched to the usual prep rooms, no dull wooden weapons, no clunky recycled armour. Instead, you're herded toward the inner tunnels beneath the Colosseum. The tunnels, the ones the veterans whisper about after lights out. It's darker down here, damp, smells like mould, old blood and wet fur. You can hear things, creaks, growls, distant chains rattling, and every so often a scream abruptly cut off. Welcome to the basement of nightmares. Today the Colosseum is staging one of its rarest, most elaborate spectacles, a naumachia, a mock naval battle, or, depending on your perspective, an actual drowning party dressed up as historical fan fiction. You walk into the main staging chamber and realise just how far the Romans are willing to go for entertainment. The floor of the arena has been flooded. Not metaphorically, literally. The great underground channels have been opened and the Colosseum is now a shallow lake. The sand is gone, replaced with murky water, floating debris, and rows of wooden boats bobbing like toys in a giant marble bathtub. You are handed an oar, not a sword, not a spear, an oar. You're part of a crew now, conscripted into a fake naval force representing some historical faction Rome supposedly conquered centuries ago. Your boat is lashed together from warped planks and tarred rope. It leaks before it even hits the water. The man next to you mutters, "We're the Egyptians today." You nod, pretending this makes sense. Across the arena, the Greeks are boarding a larger, better armed boat. You can already tell this isn't going to be an even fight. Here's the twisted part. Naumachii were massive undertakings, often reserved for festivals or imperial birthdays. The logistics were insane. They involved dozens of slaves, rigged plumbing systems, and sometimes even the temporary flooding of entire amphitheatres. Some historians argue that full-scale sea battles were only staged once or twice in Roman history. Others believe they were more common, just on smaller, deadlier scales. Either way, it's one of the most expensive ways to kill people for sport, and the Romans absolutely adored it. Your boat creaks as it's pushed into the artificial lake. The water comes up to your knees, and you can't swim. Most of the others can't either, which of course is the point. Drowning makes for good drama. Your captain, a man who looks like he ate the entire barracks ration supply, yells for you to row. You try. The boat spins in circles. The crowd is already laughing. Then the trumpet sounds. From the far end of the arena, the Greek boat surges forward. It has a metal-tipped prow. Yours does not. The oarsmen on their side are organised, synchronised, professional. The tip of their boat slices through the water like a blade through soup. You paddle frantically, steering away, but it's useless. Impact. The sound is bone-rattling. Wood splinters. You're thrown backward into the filthy water. Something stabs your leg. A jagged bit of ore? A nail? You don't know. You survey, sputtering as the boat lists to one side. Half your crew is screaming. One is already floating face down. Another scrambles over your back, trying to use you as a raft. You shove him off. Reflex. Survival. Above, the crowd cheers louder than ever. Someone throws rose petals from a balcony. It's like a wedding, if the bride and groom were forced to drown each other. You clutch a broken plank and kick your legs weakly. The enemy boat circles around, readying another charge. You hear shouting. Laughter, a horn blast. Arrows begin to fall from somewhere. You're not sure which side is supposed to have archers, but it barely matters. One hits the water inches from your face, another lands in someone's shoulder. That man howls, slips beneath the surface, and doesn't come back up. Eventually, you reach the edge of the arena and cling to the stone lip. One of the guards, blessedly disinterested, drags you up by your tunic and lets you collapse on the walkway, coughing up water and bile. You're not dead, but you're not alive either. Not in the way that matters. You're soaked, bleeding, and humiliated, but you were part of a naval reenactment, so hey, history. And here's something curious. Some scholars believe the naumachii weren't just for gladiators, but for empire propaganda. The matches were often themed around Rome's great victories over barbarian nations. The message? Rome is dominant, civilized, powerful enough to recreate past glories in their own backyard using real human lives as props. Whether or not the battles were historically accurate. Irrelevant. What mattered was the visual. Rome wins, the rest drown. There's a fringe theory, unproven but tantalizing, that one emperor, probably Caligula, because of course it was Caligula, once staged a Naumachia where the winning side was secretly poisoned beforehand. The crowd didn't notice, they just assumed the victors died later from wounds. Maybe that's nonsense, maybe not. But if you've learned anything by now, it's that fairness has nothing to do with any of this. Back in the holding cells, the survivors from the boat match sit quietly. One man won't stop shaking, another keeps coughing up water. You peel off your tunic and wring it out, blood and pond scum dripping onto the floor. You didn't win anything today. You didn't even fight. You floated, you sank, you flailed, and somehow you're still here. But you're starting to understand something dangerous. Surviving in the Colosseum doesn't come from strength or courage or training. It comes from knowing when to go limp and when to play dead. Your back still aches from the mock naval disaster when the next twist in this never-ending blood pageant drops into your lap like a dead pigeon. The announcement comes in the form of a horn blast and a scroll read aloud by a pompous little herald with shoes cleaner than your drinking water. He's grinning like this is the best day of his life, and maybe it is, because he's not on the roster. In honour of the noble Emperor Commodus, all games today shall feature elevated themes of divinity, myth and spectacle, he proclaims. Our great leader himself will be gracing the arena floor. You don't even have to fake the shudder. Everyone has heard of Commodus. Emperor, yes. Stable adult human being, not even close. He's the guy who genuinely believes he's the reincarnation of Hercules. Not metaphorically, literally. Like, he walks around with a lion's skin over his shoulders and a club, making growling noises and demanding statues be recarved with his face. He renamed Rome after himself. Once tried to rename all the months of the year. Just imagine the ego of a man who looked at a calendar and said, "What if every month was Matemba?" The worst part? Commodus doesn't just watch the games, he joins them. Armed to the teeth. Always armoured, always protected, always surrounded by guards disguised as opponents. He kills disabled people in staged fights and brags about his win record. It's like watching a child throw rocks at tied-up frogs and calling it a war campaign. You hear he's already in the arena, giving a speech. Something about the glory of Rome, the honour of the gods, and how his unmatched skill with the bow is a divine gift. You glance at one of the other fighters near you. He rolls his eyes. Another mutters, "Let's hope he just kills a giraffe and calls it a day." Spoiler, he does not. You're marched back through the now familiar bowels of the Colosseum. Passing handlers trying to calm terrified animals and sagehands frantically rearranging scenery for the upcoming divine hunt. It's a whole production. Today's theme is the 12 Labours of Hercules. And guess who's starring in every role? That's right, the Emperor himself. You're not part of the main show, thank the gods, but you've been cast as a background character in one of the reenactments, specifically Labour 8, the Mares of Diomedes. Commodus will be playing Hercules, of course, and you and a few dozen other poor souls will play the stable hands who try to feed the man-eating horses. It's mostly about dying dramatically, very few lines. You're suited up in leather straps, fake beards, and thrown into a ring where 4 horses, yes, real ones, are neighing, stomping, and visibly panicked by the drums and shouting above. They're not man-eaters, obviously, but that doesn't matter. The trick is in the stagecraft, or so they say. The gate opens, Commodus enters to thunderous applause bathed in sunlight, his bronze armour gleaming like a disco ball of hubris. He swings his club, which is probably real this time, and shouts, "The beasts of Diomedes shall know my wrath!" And then he charges, not the horses, you. You're the warm-up act before he tames the beasts. And to ensure the crowd gets their gore fix, he's been given a real sword this time, not the stage-safe blunted one he normally uses for show. You scramble, duck, roll. The guy next to you takes a glancing blow to the arm and drops like a sack of turnips. Commodus roars with laughter, lifts the sword high and raises one eyebrow toward the Emperor's box as if waiting for applause. He gets it. The people eat it up. The Emperor, killing bad guys in the arena. It's their version of reality TV. Violent, vulgar, and painfully scripted. Let's be clear here. This is the Emperor playing Gladiator. He is never in real danger. His armour is reinforced. His opponents are half-starved, unarmed, and instructed to die gracefully. The guards are standing by with crossbows in case anyone gets funny ideas. And there have been ideas. One poor soul tried to swing a hidden blade at Commodus once. Didn't even scratch him. He was immediately swarmed by 20 guards and later fed to a pack of hyenas dressed in armour. Yes, actual armour. For the hyenas. You couldn't make this stuff up. Back in the ring, you trip over a heap of theatrical hay and land awkwardly, just in time to avoid Commodus's wildly inaccurate downward slash. He's not as skilled as he thinks, but he's got the showmanship, twirling his sword in wide arcs, raising his arms after every kill, looking to the crowd like a child who just tied his shoes and wants someone to clap. You play your part. You limp, you flinch, you fall dead when a nearby swing ruffles your hair. Another soldier winks at you as he drags your corpse to the edge of the arena. You're out of danger, for now. Here's a historical truth. Commodus really did participate in the games, repeatedly. He charged the state thousands of sesterces every time, pretending to be a professional gladiator. Except the costs weren't real. He just moved money from one imperial account to another and called it wages. And the matches? They were grotesquely one-sided. He once killed 100 bears in a single afternoon. Another time he beheaded an ostrich and waved the dripping head at a group of senators as a joke. Hilarious, right? They didn't laugh. In fact, some historians believe his obsession with the arena is what pushed the Senate to finally move against him. After all, it's one thing to be a megalomaniac. It's another to start dressing up as a demigod and slaughtering people for your birthday party. There's still debate over how much of his fighting was real. Some sources insist he did fight actual gladiators, under careful conditions. Others say every single opponent was disabled, bribed or drugged. There's even a theory that the blades were sometimes swapped mid-fight for safer versions. You'll never know. All you know is he loved to win, and hated anything that suggested he wasn't divine. Back in the prep tunnels, the trainers are rolling their eyes. He'll demand a statue after this, one mutters. Probably one with wings this time. Another grumbles that you'll be scrubbing blood off the fake mare props for days. The costuming department is already sewing lion tails onto the next group of victims. It's shaping up to be a long afternoon. You slink back into your barracks, avoiding eye contact with the others. No one says a word. There's no celebrating surviving a Commodus show. No pride in pretending to be part of a myth. You weren't a fighter today. You weren't even a human. You were a talking point for a man whose delusions come gilded in gold and applauded by 50,000 hungry faces. The games go on, and somehow you're still breathing. You don't think it can get worse. Not after the naval fiasco. Not after playing cannon fodder in Commodus's sweaty Hercules cosplay. But then, one morning, the guard tosses you a tunic that's slightly smaller than usual, cinched with a decorative belt, and dyed in, no, really, pinkish purple. Get dressed, he mutters. You're up. You frown. For what? He grins. Girl's day. There's a pause. A long, confused, very quiet pause, in which you process that sentence and come up with exactly 0 good follow-up questions, but it starts to make a twisted kind of sense when the others start giggling. Not laughing, giggling like schoolboys watching someone get picked last for a team they don't want to be on. One even claps mockingly. Looks like you're joining the gladiatresses today. That's right. Today's match is themed around women warriors. It's one of those rare occasions when female fighters take the arena, usually billed as exotic, erotic and curiously thrilling by the men in the front row. Sometimes real female gladiators fight. Other times, like now, it's just you and a few other poor fools in feminine costume playing the comic relief or the punching bag for the Amazons. And yes, those Amazons are real gladiatresses. They train just like the men. Some are slaves, some are volunteers chasing fame, but they're held to a standard most male fighters never are. They must be deadly and decorative. The arena demands blood, but only if it comes with a good leg line. You're herded into a dressing area, where a bored-looking stagehand smudges dirt across your cheeks and tells you not to smudge your eyes too much. Another drapes fake curls over your helmet. You look ridiculous. You feel ridiculous. But this isn't meant to empower anyone. This is Roman humour, putting men in women's tunics and pretending it's a fight. The joke is that you lose badly. The audience will howl. And it's not the first time this has happened. Roman records confirm women did occasionally fight in the arena. The practice was controversial even back then. Some emperors celebrated it, like Nero, who hosted late-night matches featuring women and dwarves for variety. Others, like Septimius Severus, later banned it, calling it unseemly for Roman values. But the crowds loved it. Exotic, forbidden, and thrillingly grotesque. Women with swords was like a banned scroll that everyone secretly passed around. The horn sounds. You're handed a small dull blade that looks more decorative than deadly, and shove through the gate. The sun slams into your eyes, and the roar of the crowd is somehow louder than ever. They're hooting, clapping, already laughing. Some are tossing rose petals. You squint toward the Emperor's box. Commodus isn't there today. Probably tired from yesterday's god cosplay. Lucky him. Your opponents enter from the other side. There are 3 of them, real gladiatrixes. They're smaller than most of the men you've fought, but their eyes are hard and their weapons are real. They wear minimal armour, probably by decree, but what they lack in gear they make up for in intensity. They don't laugh, they don't smile. This isn't a joke to them, it's survival. The crowd wants comedy, but what they get is a lesson. One of the women lunges fast, blindingly fast, and knocks your blade from your hand before you can even raise it. The tip of her short sword presses against your ribs. You freeze. She leans in, voice low, breath steady. Run, make it funny, or die. And suddenly it clicks. This is her performance, the whole thing. If she doesn't make it entertaining enough, she doesn't fight again. Or worse, she gets thrown into something with teeth tomorrow, and you're a convenient prop, a soft, clumsy, pink-draped target. So you run. You stumble across the sand, waving your arms like an idiot, and the crowd loves it. They scream with laughter. You trip over a helmet someone left behind, fall flat on your face, roll, and squeal like a goat. There's a solid 30 seconds of wild applause. The gladiatrix raises her sword dramatically and chases after you like a stage villain. It's absurd, it's humiliating, and it's keeping both of you alive. There's a strange sort of rhythm to it now. She fakes a swing, you duck and roll, she pins you with her foot, you flail dramatically. When the final horn sounds, the 2 of you freeze in a carefully choreographed tableau, her blade posed at your throat, your eyes wide and trembling, one sandal missing. The crowd erupts. She helps you up as the announcer declares her the victor of the hour. She nods once, firmly, then walks away without a word. You limp back through the gate, dignity trailing behind like a broken sandal strap. Back in the holding area, someone offers you a crust of bread and a pat on the back. You've got a future in clown fights, he mutters. You'd laugh if your ribs didn't feel like they were full of gravel. Now, here's something weird. Archaeologists have found actual tomb inscriptions for female gladiators. One, believed to be named Amazonia, was buried with honours normally reserved for male fighters. Another, Achillea, was praised for fighting like a man. It's unclear how common they really were, but the fact that they existed at all is fascinating. The Colosseum didn't care about gender, it cared about blood and novelty. If a woman could bleed dramatically and entertain the masses, she had a shot. A small, rigged and extremely short-lived shot, but a shot nonetheless. There's still debate today about whether female gladiators were respected or just used for novelty. Some scholars argue they trained just as hard and deserved their place in the arena. Others believe their presence was always meant to shock, titillate and reinforce the idea that Rome was so powerful it could turn even its women into warriors for show. Maybe both things are true. Maybe that's what makes it so unsettling. What you know is this: today, you're a joke. But she wasn't. And you're starting to learn that survival in this place isn't always about muscle. It's about knowing the story the crowd wants to see, and giving it to them without losing your soul in the process. Or at least not all of it. It's a few days after the pink tunic debacle, and you're back to sweeping out one of the lower corridors with a reed broom that might as well be made of string. A gift for the funny man, as the guards now call you. They say it with grins, like you've joined some exclusive club of gladiator jesters. Maybe that's better than next to die. But it still stings. Your bruises haven't healed. Your pride definitely hasn't. You're halfway through scraping dried blood off the walls when you hear it. Low growls, shuffles, the unmistakable sound of claws dragging across stone. You stop. Listen. Then a handler's voice breaks through, shouting something guttural and panicked. And suddenly you realise you're standing way too close to the animal cages. Again. And just like that, the day's theme changes. The beasts are being prepared. It's Venatio Day, beast hunting spectacle. And this time you're not part of the morning snack pack that gets mauled for warm-up. You've been promoted. You're part of the official afternoon Venatores unit, even if no one gave you that title. The only reason you're still here is because the crowd remembered you. The flailing pink Amazon bait. Which means the crowd laughed. Which means the trainers smelled profit. And now you're in the ring again, but this time with something fiercer than your nightmares and much, much hairier. You're handed a short spear with a bronze tip and a net. The net is crusted with blood and smells like dead fish. Someone slaps a helmet on your head. It's too big and slides sideways, and a handler shoves you toward the gate. Try not to die funny this time, he says. It confuses the lions. The gate lifts. You step onto the arena floor, already slick with blood from the morning executions. The crowd cheers, not for you, but because they know what's coming next. The announcer rattles off a dramatic list of creatures imported from the Empire's edges. From the Nile, the sacred crocodile. From Numidia, the lion king of the sands. And from farthest India, a leopard, wild and untamed. Each name is met with rising applause like a parade of murder mascots. They release the leopard first, and it pads out cautiously, muscles twitching under a coat so beautiful it makes the gore-stained sand look like garbage. The big cats always make the crowd a little quieter. There's something about their smooth stalking movement that commands attention. They don't roar or posture like lions. They study. And this one is staring straight at you. You grip your spear, the net dangles uselessly from your left hand. Your heartbeat is like a war drum in your ears. The leopard crouches. You take a step back, then it lunges. You throw the net without thinking. It flutters through the air like a broken curtain and lands nowhere near the cat. Useless. You jab the spear forward, too high. The leopard ducks, swings low, and slashes your thigh with a back paw as it passes. You stagger, bleeding. The pain is hot, immediate, but the adrenaline dulls it for now. Then something unexpected happens. The leopard stops, it turns, looks at the crowd, then it walks away. Not in panic, not in fear, just boredom. Like it's tired of this game, it stalks to the edge of the arena and sits, tail flicking, eyes half-lidded. The audience is confused, a few whistles. One guy yells, "Feed it the clown!" Someone throws a fig, but the beast won't move. Here's the thing, sometimes the animals just refuse to play. They're not trained, they're not gladiators. They're terrified, hungry, and overwhelmed by noise. Some go into a rage and kill everything in reach. Others just give up. There are historical records of elephants lying down in the middle of the arena, lions licking their own paws, hippos refusing to enter the ring at all. In those moments, the carefully built illusion of spectacle falls apart. So what happens when the star doesn't perform? The guards do. One appears with a flaming torch and prods the leopard. It hisses and swipes at him, but still doesn't attack you. Another man steps in with a javelin and throws it, striking the leopard through the ribs. It yowls, flails, collapses. The crowd roars. Not for the animal or for you, just for the kill. They were promised blood. It didn't matter whose, worry. You stand there, panting, blood streaming down your leg, staring at this beautiful dead creature. It was supposed to kill you, or you were supposed to kill it, but instead it just sat there, opted out, and now it's dead because that wasn't allowed. You limp back to the gate and collapse just inside. No celebration, no pat on the back, just the lingering stink of singed fur and old violence. Later someone tosses you a bandage and a heel of bread. You wrap the wound tight, not even flinching anymore. Just routine. The others don't even ask what happened. They're too busy preparing for the next set. A bear and 2 mastiffs. You try not to look. Here's a historical wrinkle worth mentioning. The Venetians weren't always about one-on-one fights. Sometimes they staged entire mini ecosystems. Imagine an arena turned into a fake forest, complete with trees and foliage where beasts were released to hunt each other, or hapless performers dressed as foreigners. It was part zoology, part slaughterhouse. And it was bizarrely popular. There's even a recorded incident where ostriches were fitted with decorative armour and made to race while being hunted by archers. Why? Because someone high enough in the imperial family found it funny. That's the Roman Colosseum for you, where one man's chuckle was another man's cause of death. And still, scholars debate what all this meant. Was it cruelty for cruelty's sake? Was it ritualised dominance, Rome showing its supremacy over nature, its ability as to bring wild beasts to heel? Or was it just the most grotesque form of escapism ever constructed? Probably all three, but one thing's for sure, nobody cared if the fights were fair. In fact, they were better if they weren't. Back in your cell, you sit quietly, watching the sun sink through the high, narrow grate. The light falls across your leg wound like a warm reminder that you're still here. For now. You don't know why the leopard didn't finish you. Maybe it sensed your fear. Maybe it had mercy. Or maybe, just maybe, it was making a choice that you wish you could make too. to turn your back on this madness and walk away. The following morning begins, as most do now, with someone screaming in Latin. You barely blink. Your body's too sore, too blistered, too covered in vague animal smells to react with anything more than a groan. You sit up slowly, dragging your legs over the edge of your cot like they weigh 50 pounds each. Everything aches, even your teeth. You didn't even do anything with your teeth yesterday and somehow they hurt. But there's a new kind of tension in the air today. Not fear, no, that's always present. But something quieter, duller. You can feel it in the silence between the guards' jokes, in the way the other fighters are eating slower, not making eye contact. Even the rats seem to be taking the morning off, and then you hear why. They're starting with the executions today, someone mutters. A chill runs through the room, like someone opened a window into the underworld. Nobody says anything else for a moment. Executions aren't uncommon, but starting the day with them, that means someone important is watching. A high-level guest, maybe a senator, or one of those smug, marble-browed elites who eats dates for breakfast and treats human lives like chess pieces. You're not on the list for today, or at least they haven't said your name, but you still get marched out with a group. You're not scheduled to die, you're just here to watch. That's a thing too. Sometimes they make the lower-tier gladiators sit ringside for executions, a kind of morale strategy, a reminder, just in case anyone got the wild idea that survival meant freedom. They place you in a shaded spot near the arena floor. You sit with 12 others, mostly rookies. One looks like he hasn't eaten in a week. Another won't stop twitching. You don't blame him. Then the gates open. The first condemned man walks out. No armour, just a loose robe, already darkened at the hem with fear sweat. He doesn't cry, doesn't plead. He just walks straight ahead, stiff and slow, like every muscle in his body has decided to preserve dignity at the last possible moment. The announcer reads out his crime, theft and defiance, which could mean anything from stealing a coin to sneezing near a senator's wife. The audience doesn't care. They just cheer like they're at a chariot race. The executioner enters next, not a gladiator, a specialist. He's wearing a red tunic, clean, unadorned. His face is expressionless, like he's thinking about dinner while twirling a massive axe. The condemned kneels, the axe is raised. You expect the crowd to go quiet. They don't, they cheer louder. And just like that, the man's head hits the sand. There's a long pause in your brain where thoughts are supposed to be. You're vaguely aware of the crowd screaming approval, of the announcer hyping up the purity of Roman justice, but your mind is stuck on the wet final sound that happens when bone splits under steel. It doesn't echo, it thuds like a dropped melon. The sand drinks the blood almost greedily. And just like that, it's over. Or it would be, except this is only the first act. Over the next hour, 5 more are marched out. Some walk, some need to be dragged. One woman screams the entire way, throat raw and cracked, until she's silenced. You try not to blink, you want to, but something in you insists that if you look away, you'll be next. Then the real show starts. A wooden set is wheeled into the arena, painted like a hilltop badly. It looks like a child's school project, with some unfortunate skulls nailed on for flair. The announcer explains the story they're about to reenact, a mythological tale about betrayal, punishment, and divine vengeance. None of it matters. What it really means is that the next round of executions will be done with flair. You've heard of these. Damnatio ad ludum, condemnation by performance. Death staged as public theatre. The roles are assigned. The traitor, the beast, the hero. The condemned dress in silly costumes and get murdered for a crowd pretending it's culture. The first man is shoved out wearing crude wings. He's Icarus! You already know how this ends. He's chased up the set's wooden slope, tripped, falls, and a hidden pit opens beneath him. A spear shoots up, he lands on it. The audience screams with joy, a theatrical death for a myth that never needed one. You sit perfectly still, and now you realise the horrifying thing about these performances. They're not just executions, they're warnings. Satire soaked in blood. A man dressed as a foreign rebel is burned alive while actors pretend to be gods mocking him. Another is fed to a bear painted gold because he's been labelled greedy. The message is never subtle. Step out of line, and this is your curtain call. Here's something disturbing you overheard once. Some senators privately debated how to improve these deaths, make them funnier, add musical accompaniment. One suggested importing Greek mimes to react in real time to each fatal blow. You wish that were a joke. Historically, the early morning executions were referred to as the meridiani, the midday spectacle. While the audience ate lunch, criminals died. Casual entertainment, crackers, dates and murder. Some scholars argue this desensitized the Roman populace, normalized brutality, kept the lower classes obedient. Others say it was just a form of crowd control, give the people something to focus on besides their empty stomachs and rising taxes. Either way, it worked. But not every match was hopeless. There's an account, possibly myth, possibly true, of a condemned man who survived multiple wild animal attacks in one of these morning shows. The crowd was so impressed that they demanded clemency. The emperor, amused, spared him. He was brought back a week later, dressed as a gladiator, and matched against a professional. He lost, but still he got one more week. You're pulled from your daze by the final match of the morning. A man dressed in nothing but chains is tossed into the ring. He's handed a small knife, rusted, barely usable. The announcer calls him the Unrepentant. Then they release the hounds, real ones, starved, trained to kill. A man fights hard, too hard. It's not graceful, but it's desperate. He cuts one dog across the snout. Another bites his leg and he kicks it, sending it skidding. The crowd gasps. They love it. It's real now. Then inevitably he stumbles. The dogs swarm. The cheering hits a crescendo. The cheering hits a crescendo. And just like that, the day's warm-up ends. You're ushered back through the tunnels in silence. No one speaks. The guards don't jeer this time. Even they look uneasy. You lie on your cot that night, staring at the ceiling, realizing something dark and undeniable. The Colosseum is not just about unfair matches. It's about shaping fear into entertainment. About reminding everyone, slave citizen senator, that mercy is a myth, fairness is a punchline, and survival is a trick you learn just in time to forget your own name. And tomorrow, you might be the pre-lunch course. You wake up to clapping, not the polite kind either. The full-throated, rhythmically pounding, gladiator-hungry stomp of thousands of sandals on marble and wood. The kind of clapping that tells you someone's already bleeding, and someone else is moments away from joining them. It echoes through the tunnels, through the cells, through your skull. And that's before you even sit up. You don't know what day it is. You barely remember what part of your body doesn't hurt. But when you hear your name barked by a guard for the second time that morning, you know it's time to move. Again. Today isn't an execution day, not an animal match, not even a comedy skit, it's something different. He's popular now, one guard says. You can't tell if it's admiration or warning, maybe both. The match is part of a tribute round, whatever that means. You're given gear that actually fits, a helmet with no dents, a gladius that isn't chipped. Someone even tightens your sandals for you, and for a minute you feel like an actual gladiator. Like maybe you've climbed a rung, maybe this is what passing the unofficial Colosseum audition looks like. But you know better. Popularity here is a double-edged sword. The crowd may like you, may cheer your name, may shout for your survival, but they don't care. They cheer because you entertain them. And when your blood is the next twist in the story, they'll cheer just as loud, maybe louder. Still, you walk tall today, as tall as you can with a dozen bruises and one still healing leg wound. They escort you to the prep area where other fighters are warming up. Real ones. Some with tattoos of past victories inked into their arms, some with broken noses that healed crooked. You've seen them before, from the stands or from the shadows. Now you're on the same roster. That's either a promotion or a setup. You're matched with another house fighter, one of the Colosseum's rising stars. His name is Decimus, but the crowd knows him as Albus because of the white scar running across his chest. He's tall, lean, fast, and not known for mercy. He nods at you across the prep room but says nothing. You can tell from the way he checks his blade. He's planning to win. You'd be stupid not to plan the same. The gates open and you step into the light. This time the sun doesn't blind you. The roar of the crowd doesn't shake your knees. You've been here too many times. The blood stains in the sand are barely dry, but you step right over them like they're just part of the decor. The two of you stand centre stage as the announcer calls your names with practiced grandeur. Yours gets real applause. You can't tell if it's sincere or sarcastic. The match begins with a quick test. Albus lunges, a feint, blade flashing toward your shoulder. You deflect, barely pivot, and answer with a jab to his ribs. He grunts. The crowd loves it. They don't care that your swing missed his heart by a mile. They care that you tried. The illusion of competition, the dance of skill, the two of you circle each other, striking, blocking, pulling back. It's real, but it's also performance. You both know how to make it last. A sudden flurry of blows draws gasps. He lands one across your thigh. You slam your shield into his chest. Both of you stumble, recover. Neither of you falls. That's key. Falling is blood. Blood is decision time. And eventually, after what feels like a full hour, but is probably only 10 minutes, you both pause, panting. The sand sticks to the sweat dripping down your arms. Somewhere up in the top rows, someone shouts your name. The crowd wants more. They are leaning forward now, faces lit with savage joy. And that's when you notice it. The Emperor's box, empty. No Commodus, no senators. Just one bored-looking magistrate playing with a goblet and yawning between bites of fruit. Which means no one's watching officially. The crowd gets to decide. You and Albus lock eyes. He nods once. You nod back. Without a word, you both raise your weapons and rush. This time you don't pull the blow. You aim straight for his arm and the flat of your blade hits hard enough to knock his grip loose. He spins, shouts, grabs the hilt with his offhand. He swings. You duck. Your elbow catches his stomach. He doubles over, gasping. You could strike now, you could end it. But you hesitate, as you know the crowd wants a show. You also know that if you win too decisively, they might get bored. Worse, someone upstairs might decide you're getting too confident. And confident fighters often get adjusted. A more difficult opponent. A surprise lion. A dagger hidden in the next net. So instead, you drop your sword. The crowd gasps. You raise your arms and step back. Albus straightens, confused. His sword wavers. You nod at him. Do it. Take the win. He blinks, then he charges. You throw yourself to the ground. His blade slices just past your neck. You roll once, twice, then collapse dramatically, arms splayed, breathing heavy. You don't move. Silence. Then cheering. Deafening, unanimous, overwhelming cheering. Albus stands over you, sword raised. A hero. A victor. But you? You're the favourite now, the one who gave the crowd what they wanted. A perfect, dramatic, bloodless climax. No death. Just thrill. Just risk. Just story. And that's the real truth of the Colosseum. The audience doesn't want a fair fight. They want narrative. They want heroes, villains, twists, betrayals. They want blood, but only if it fits the scene. What looks like a chaos is really theatre, staged under layers of dirt and rust and performance. And today you played your part like a professional. Back in the barracks, you're met with silence. A few nods. One fighter hands you a cloth soaked in vinegar for your leg. Another offers a wink. Albus passes by without speaking, but he taps your shoulder once, an acknowledgement. Not friendship, not trust, just respect. You lie back on your cot, exhausted, filthy, bruised, but still here. Not because you were the strongest, not even the most skilled. Because you finally understood the script. You wake up to the sound of someone vomiting. The smell follows fast. Gruel, bile, nerves. Someone's got matchday jitters, and you can't even judge them. You've been that person. You probably are that person, just on a delay. The entire barracks smells like fear today, and no one wants to talk about why. But they don't have to. The whispers started late last night, passed from cot to cot like a ghost story. They're bringing in new blood. Not fresh recruits, not foreign slaves, something worse. Slaves for training, one guy mumbled. Training who? Someone asked. No one answered. You're pulled from your thoughts when a guard kicks the side of your cot and throws a bundle of leather straps into your lap. Armour, he grunts. Not for show. That's the only hint you get. When you suit up, it's heavier than usual. Not your usual mismatched scavenged gear. This is regulation. Thick greaves, reinforced shield, real steel sword. You look like a proper fighter for once, but your stomach twists tighter because this kind of quality doesn't show up for nothing. You're marched into a training courtyard, not the arena, no fanfare, no crowd, just the trainers, a few guards, and a strange group waiting at the far end. They're not in chains, they're not in armour. They're barely clothed at all. Just a few dozen bodies, gaunt and hollow-eyed. Some of them look barely old enough to shave. Others don't even try to stand when barked at. And then it hits you. These aren't recruits. These are practiced dummies. But living ones. You've heard rumours, everyone has, that some schools use condemned slaves or captured rebels to sharpen the skills of new gladiators. But you always thought it was exaggerated. Some horror story passed down from the bitter old timers. Yet here they are, breathing, shivering, blinking under the sun, and here you are, holding a sharpened blade with your name on the schedule. The trainer barks your group forward. First rank, 2 strokes each, legs and arms only, no killing unless authorized. That's meant to be merciful, but the subtext is simple. These people are here to bleed. You're here to make sure it happens. The first man they place in front of you is older, scarred. He doesn't flinch when you raise your sword. You hesitate, just for a moment. Long enough to see the trainer's eyes narrow. So you swing. 2 quick strikes, one across the thigh, one across the forearm. Not deep, not fatal, but blood sprays anyway. The man grunts, stumbles back, doesn't scream. You want to believe you were merciful, but all you really did was follow orders in a way that let you sleep later. Maybe. You step aside, the next fighter takes your place, and the line moves on. This goes on for what feels like hours. By the end, the training yard is streaked with red. Some of the practiced targets are carried away on stretchers. Others are hosed off where they fall. The guards joke about it. The trainers discuss footwork, and you just stare at your hands wondering how much blood you've spilled for no reason other than helping someone else's sword swing straighter. Here's the wild part. Historians actually have uncovered evidence that unarmed slaves were sometimes used in gladiator training. One scroll even refers to them as human strawmen, which is possibly the cruelest euphemism in the entire Roman lexicon. Some scholars still argue it was rare, mostly done by rogue schools or under particularly vicious trainers. Others believe it was far more common than we'd like to admit, just not something the elite wrote about in glowing letters to each other. The bodies tell the truth though, literally. Archaeologists have dug up skeletons near training arenas, bearing multiple non-lethal blade wounds, healed and unhealed. Repetitive injuries in symmetrical patterns, blows meant to teach precision, not kill. That's not battlefield trauma, that's target practice. And here's the real twist. Some of these training bodies were other gladiators, injured, unfit, or deemed too old to fight, but not quite dead enough to waste. So they were demoted, turned into living lessons. You can almost hear the trainer's logic. If you can't win, you can still help someone else do it. Back in the barracks, the silence hangs heavier than ever. No one jokes tonight. No one carves dice into bones or trades scraps of bread. Everyone's staring at the same thing, their own hands, trying to scrub the stains off with memory. You lie back and close your eyes, but your brain is wide awake, running endless loops of those faces. The way they didn't resist, the way they didn't scream, the way some of them thanked you for going easy. That one, that woman with the missing teeth, she whispered something after you cut her leg. Just 2 words, do it. And you didn't. You couldn't. You stepped back and let the next man do his part. That might have been worse. Here's another uncomfortable debate among scholars. Did gladiators enjoy the violence? Were they sadistic, broken, or just numb? Some ancient accounts speak of fighters who begged to keep fighting even after earning freedom, addicted to the fame, the adrenaline, the roars of the crowd. Others describe men who broke mid-match, dropped their weapons and ran, only to be cut down for ruining the entertainment. Maybe the answer is simpler. Maybe it's just what happens when death becomes a daily task, like folding laundry or fetching water. You stop asking why. You stop caring how. You just do it, because if you don't, someone else will, and that someone might not stop at 2 strokes. You drift off sometime near midnight, not to dreams, but to flashes. Sand, steel, red, the sound of someone saying thank you while bleeding out. You try to convince yourself it was mercy, or maybe you just needed a reason to sleep. Either way, you're starting to understand the system. Not just how it kills people, but how it keeps them useful until it does. And somehow that's worse. The Colosseum doesn't sleep. Not really. Even when the crowds are gone, when the sand is swept clean and the corpse is dragged away, it keeps breathing. Through the cracks in its stonework, the chains rattling below, the hushed voices of handlers feeding lions in the dark. You feel it pulsing under your feet as you shuffle down the corridor, armour loose on your shoulders, a new assignment buzzing in your ears like a fly you can't swat. Watch the gate, they told you. Just that. No explanation, no adjutant, no briefing. You're to stand guard by the main arena door, where the fighters are released, where the wild animals are loosed, where the heat of the day hits like a hammer and the screams are sharpest. It's not an honour. It's not even a job, really. It's a way to keep you nearby. To remind you that no matter how clever you think you've become, you're still in the belly of something too big to escape. So you stand, one hand resting on your sword, the other adjusting a helmet that still doesn't fit quite right. The door behind you is massive, reinforced wood and iron, scarred with decades of scratches, some from animals, some from desperate hands. It's covered in a reddish stain that might have been painted on, or might have just seeped in over time. No one knows anymore. No one asks. After a while, a figure steps up beside you. She's small, armoured lightly, with a round shield slung across her back. Her helmet is tucked under her arm. She glances at you without much interest and says, "You the thumb man?" You blink. "What?" She smirks. "Gate guard. You get the signal, you open the door, or you don't. Thumb up or down." You realise what she means, and feel a cold stone drop into your stomach. The Emperor isn't here today, and neither are the magistrates. Which means, in this round, it's the crowd who decides, and the gate you're guarding leads not to an exit, but to a cell behind the arena wall, a place where condemned fighters wait after defeat, for the final vote, life or death. You're not just watching the gate today, you're the final step, the silent executioner. If the crowd calls for blood, you open the gate. The killer walks through and finishes the job. If they call for mercy, you keep it shut. That's the system. That's the thumb. And they put you in charge of it today. And you want to laugh, not because it's funny, but because it's so absurd it warps your sense of logic. You, a man who played dead in a pink tunic 2 weeks ago, now gets to choose whether someone else lives or dies based on the noise level of 50,000 strangers with wine in their bellies. The first bout begins. 2 men enter. One tall and wiry, the other squat and armoured like a tank. They clash hard, fast, brutal. You watch through the grate in the gate, barely breathing. Swords crash, shields splinter, blood sprays. It's over in minutes. The armoured man stands triumphant. The loser is on his knees, gasping, holding his side where something vital used to be. Then the pause. The crowd murmurs, then shouts. The armoured man raises his blade and looks to the stands. You wait for it. The thumb. But here's the thing. There is no universal signal. Hollywood lied. Big shocker, right? Historians still argue what the thumb gestures meant. Pollis verso, turned thumb, could mean up, down or sideways. Some believe thumb up meant a drawn sword, kill. Others say thumb down meant sheathing it, mercy. There are even theories that the gesture wasn't visible at all, that it came from the crowd's roar, or from the sponsor nodding discreetly. No one agrees, but today it's chaos. Half the crowd is chanting jugular, kill. The other half is stomping and waving, unsure if they want blood or a dramatic reprieve. The armoured man looks at you. You look back. He shrugs. You wait a few seconds, just in case someone official waves a ribbon or throws a coin. Nothing. So you do what they told you. You pull the gate open. He walks through. Behind the wall, the loser kneels, still alive, barely. He hears the footsteps. Looks up. His eyes widen. Then he closes them slowly. You turn away. The second bout ends in a draw, a rare one. The fighters stop mid-battle, panting, both too wounded to continue. The crowd loves it. They cheer, demand a rematch, but no one gets executed. You leave the gate shut. The third bout is uglier. A young fighter, new, untested, is thrown against a brute from Germania who fights like he's still at war. It's not close. It's not even fair. The kid barely survives the first minute, crawling, swinging blindly, trying to protect his face more than anything else. The crowd starts booing. They don't like cowards. The German knocks the sword from the kid's hand. The kid raises one palm open. The crowd goes wild. You already know what they want. You open the gate again. The German nods once and walks through. Later, someone brings you water. You drink it too fast, spill half of it down your chest, and lean against the wall, heart still pounding. You've opened that gate 4 times today. You don't remember the names of the people behind it. You barely remember their faces, but their deaths are now tied to your hands. Quietly, invisibly. You didn't swing the sword, but you made sure it got through. And here's the cruel part. The crowd thinks it's justice, that they are deciding, that they have a voice in all of this. But really, it's people like you, just following vague instructions, reacting to noise levels and gut feelings, who turn the whole wheel. It's not a trial. It's not democracy, it's mood-based slaughter. If the crowd's happy, they might spare you. If they're bored, you're dead. They vote with their volume and no one keeps track of how many times the wrong person dies. There's even a recorded incident, probably exaggerated, but still chilling, where an entire match was called off because a drunken senator shouted for mercy at the wrong moment. The gate stayed closed. The crowd booed, but the moment passed. The wounded man survived. He went on to become a crowd favourite, until someone stabbed him in the bath weeks later. Wrong crowd. Back in the barracks, no one asks how the gate duty went. They don't have to. They can smell it on you. Not the blood, though that's there too. But the guilt. The weird mixture of power and powerlessness. The awful realisation that you played a part in a story you didn't write and couldn't edit. You lie awake that night, trying to remember the young fighter's face, the one who held up his hand. You try to imagine what might have happened if you'd kept the gate shut, if you'd waited, if someone else had taken the job. But you didn't wait. You open the door, and you know deep down you'll do it again. They say the rules are simple, but you're learning that in the Colosseum, simple is usually a synonym for rigged. The next morning, before you've even stretched the stiffness out of your limbs, you're summoned to the yard. No breakfast, no warning, just a thick-necked guard with a scroll and an attitude, barking your name like it owes him money. The others watch as you gear up. No one offers help. A few of them don't even pretend not to stare, because word has spread. You're being sent into one of the tests, which could mean a lot of things. A surprise pairing, an evaluation by a sponsor, or, most likely, one of those experimental matches the trainers use to entertain the crowd and test their newest house rules. That's the fun thing about gladiatorial combat in Rome. It's not a sport, not like we'd recognise. There are rules, sure, but they're flexible. Bendy. Conveniently forgotten or reinterpreted, depending on who's watching and how bored they are. One trainer says you can't strike a man when he's down, and another encourages it as part of your finish. One day nets are allowed, the next they're dishonourable. Weapons are swapped mid-match. Armour gets accidentally mismatched. One guy walks in with a club and a dagger, and you're handed a dull sword and a helmet with no eye slits, which is exactly what happens to you now. You stand on the sand under the mid-morning sun, sweat already slicking your back, holding a gladiator so blunted you're not even sure it qualifies as a weapon. Your opponent, lean, armoured in bronze, visor gleaming, has a real one. He also has shoulder protection, you don't. Today's match, the announcer cries, voice theatrical and oily, is a provocaccio. One fighter has insulted the honour of the ludus magnus. Today he fights with penalties. The crowd eats it up, because nothing gets them going like a little fake drama. You didn't insult anyone. You know that. But someone in management clearly needed a narrative twist. Maybe they think you're getting too comfortable. Maybe you're being punished for showing restraint. Or maybe you're just today's scapegoat in a story someone needed to sell. You don't get a choice. The horn sounds. Your opponent doesn't waste time. He charges, aiming for your exposed side. You barely block in time. The impact jars your shoulder, rattling through bone. You try to counter, but your blade slides off his shield like a spoon against marble. They've given you a weapon designed to fail. He comes at you again, faster now, like he can smell the imbalance. The crowd is roaring, loving the unfairness, the struggle, the impending downfall. You stumble back, nearly trip. The sand feels deeper than usual, like they fluffed it to slow you down. You catch your breath, raise your shield higher and try to adapt. Use your legs, use your anger. You fake left pivot and aim for his knee. He laughs. Your sword barely grazes his greave. He counters with a clean strike to your ribs. Your breath vanishes. You drop to one knee, vision swimming. The announcer booms, "Our dishonoured fighter falters. Should he rise or fall?" That's the cue. The crowd starts calling for blood. A few lonely voices shout for mercy, but they are drowned out by bloodlust. You try to stand. It's slow, painful, but dramatic. The kind of moment that gets replayed in a tavern tale. You raise your sword again, and this time you parry. The next strike glances off your shoulder. You spin, catch your opponent off guard, and land a shallow slash across his back. It's not deep, but it draws blood. Grill's blood. The crowd gasps some cheer. You've just bought yourself another minute. Here's a little-known fact. Sometimes unfair matches were staged specifically to build tension, not just to punish fighters, but to give the crowd a story. The odds are rigged so that if you manage to push back, it feels like a miracle, like drama unfolding in real time. And if you win, you're a legend. If you lose, well, you were never meant to win anyway. Either way, the crowd gets what they want. Historians still argue whether these provocations were common or rare. Some scrolls list them as formal punishment matches. Others suggest they were a crowd-pleasing device like plot twists in a cheap play. One fragment even describes a match where the punished fighter used his bare hands and still won, only to be executed the next day for humiliating a sponsor. Because that's the game. You play your role, you hit your marks, but you never ever outshine the man who paid for the swords. Back in the ring, you're bleeding now. Your leg's got a deep cut, your arm feels like it's hanging by a thread, and your vision blurs every time your heart beats, but you're still up. You haven't fallen again. Your opponent hesitates. He's wondering the same thing you are. Do you keep going, or give the crowd the ending they're begging for? You make the choice. You drop your shield. The arena goes quiet, not sullen, but close. A pause in the rhythm of blood and sand. Your opponent raises his sword, but he doesn't strike. Instead, he slams the blade into the ground beside you and lifts his arms toward the crowd. A draw. The crowd erupts. It's rare, risky, but it's one of the few ways two fighters can walk out alive, when both agree to give the people a story and an ending they weren't expecting. Later, the trainers chew you out for spoiling the finish. One even throws a cup at your head. But the crowd loved it, and for now that's your shield. You lie down that night in your cot, bleeding, sore and exhausted, but not dead. The rules are fake, the gear is fixed, the match was rigged, but somehow you played it just right. And tomorrow, you'll be a footnote in someone else's story, the fool who fought unfair and survived anyway. They wheel him in after sundown. No announcement, no ceremony, no grand speech from a herald with too many syllables in his mouth. Just a squeaky wooden cart and a pair of silent guards, one of whom smells strongly of roasted onions. Everyone in the barracks watches as the new arrival is lifted down like cargo and laid gently, almost respectfully, on the straw near the far wall. You glance over from your cot, expecting the usual, someone broken, bruised, on their last limbs and halfway to the underworld. But this one, he's different. He only has one arm. The right one's gone from the shoulder down, not wrapped, not freshly severed, not oozing. Gone, long healed, just a jagged line where muscle used to be, smoothed by time and survival. And yet there's something calm about him. No tremble, no panic. He lies there, eyes closed, breathing steady, like he's just waiting for someone to offer wine. "You've got to be kidding me," one of the other fighters mutters. "They're sending amputees into matches now?" Another shrugs. "Maybe it's a punishment, or maybe it's entertainment." You keep quiet. You've seen too much to scoff at anything now. He wakes an hour later, sits up, looks around the barracks like he's assessing it for weaknesses. His eyes are sharp, not desperate or wild like so many others, but calculating, alert. He makes no move to hide the missing limb, no attempt to ask for help, just reaches for a scrap of bread with his left hand and eats like it's just another Tuesday. The rumour mill kicks in fast. Lost it in a match. No. War against Parthians. Punishment for biting a sponsor. Doesn't matter, someone snaps. He won't last a week. But the next day you're all proved wrong. They send him into a sparring ring with one of the Germanics, a brute who's been here for years and treats training matches like personal feuds. You expect it to be short, a mercy kill in slow motion. But the one-armed man, whose name you later learn is Felix, doesn't just hold his own. He dances around his opponent, uses the stump to feint, spinning and ducking under swings with the kind of grace you only earn through desperation. And when he strikes, it's vicious. No wasted motion, no flair, just brutal, effective violence. He wins, not just that match, but the next 3 that week. The trainers stop scoffing, the guards start watching. You catch one of the sponsor agents taking notes. A few days later, you get paired with him during drills. You're nervous, not because he's missing an arm, but because somehow that makes him more dangerous. He's used to compensating. You're used to fighting people with the same weaknesses you have. He isn't. He nods to you once before the horn sounds. That's it. The fight is fast. He moves like water, controlled, lethal, and utterly unfazed by pain. You land a strike, but only one. He catches you off guard with a knee to the ribs and knocks your sword loose with a twist of his hip. It's humiliating, but when it's over, he helps you up. "You telegraph your strikes," he says. "Stop that." That's the beginning of your strange, silent friendship. He doesn't talk much, but he fights like a man who's had to learn what it's like to lose a piece of himself and keep going. You learn later, weeks later, when he finally speaks more than 3 words in a row, that he lost the arm during a match. It was torn from the socket by a net and trident fighter who got too close. They should have let him die, but the crowd roared for mercy. They called him Fortis Felix, Lucky Felix. So they patched him up, put him back in the cycle, rebranded him as an underdog, and here he is. The scholars always argue about gladiator injuries. Some claim a serious wound ended your career. Others insist injured fighters were kept around as novelty acts. The archaeological record is a mess. Some skeletons show brutal bone trauma that healed over time. Others were buried mid-healing, ribs snapped and never set. Felix is living proof that when the crowd wants it, even a crippled man becomes an asset. You start watching him closely, not just how he fights, but how he studies. He maps the arena in his head, knows where the floor creaks, where the sand is shallow. He's always watching the trainers too, knows which ones whisper to the sponsors, which ones rig the matchups. He even knows which guards will look the other way if you slip a few sips of wine past curfew. You're thinking like a fighter, he tells you one night. I am a fighter, you reply. No, he says, stretching out his one good arm. You're still thinking like a person. That's dangerous. He's right. Being a fighter here means more than swinging a sword. It means knowing the narrative, playing the odds, understanding that some matches are fair only in name and some are built entirely to watch someone like Felix fail. But he hasn't failed, not yet. His next scheduled bout is against a mounted opponent. Everyone groans when they hear. It's a setup, a joke, a one-armed man versus a rider with reach and speed. The crowd's going to love it. Felix just shrugs. Then I'll take the horse down first. You believe him. When the day comes, you're in the stands, well, the edge of the pit, cleaning gear and pretending not to care. But you watch. Everyone does. The match starts, and the horse charges. The rider swings wide. Felix rolls under the blade and hurls a weighted net. Where did he get a net? At the horse's legs. The beast stumbles. The rider tumbles. Felix doesn't go for the man. He goes for the horse's reins, wraps them around his forearm, jerks hard. The rider never gets up again. It's not elegant. It's not clean. But the crowd loses their minds. He's declared victor. Again. And now they start betting on him. You see it happen slowly, the shift. The same people who once laughed at him now chant his name. They wear painted armbands, cheer his entrance, even start carving crude statues of his likeness. He becomes a symbol, not just of survival, but of spectacle. The one-armed gladiator who keeps winning. He's a freak, a marvel, a story, and one day he leans over during supper and says, "They'll kill me the day I lose, probably before, so I don't mess up their narrative." You believe him, because the Colosseum doesn't care if you win. It cares that you keep fitting. And once you don't, well, there's always another cart waiting. You don't know who digs the graves, you've never asked. Maybe it's the same slaves who clean up the blood and haul the dead fighters off stage between rounds, dragging them by the ankles like sacks of flour. Or maybe the arena just eats them, like the ground shifts at night and swallows them whole. That would almost make more sense, but someone has to be burying them. Because no matter how many bodies hit the sand each week, the arena never fills. One night curiosity gets the better of you. You're not scheduled to fight. The guards are lazing in a wine haze, so you slip past a half-closed gate, through a tunnel you've only seen once before, and follow the smell. It's not fresh blood, it's older than that. Heavier, sour-sweet. The smell of death soaked into dirt. You find the pits. They're exactly what you feared, and exactly what you couldn't have imagined. It's not one grave, it's dozens. Rows of them, some fresh, some just mounds of disturbed earth. Others are deeper, dug hastily and packed tight. Limbs sticking out here and there as if the grave gave up halfway. A leg, a forearm, a piece of armour still strapped to a shoulder. And near the edge of it all, a pile, not bodies, bones. Cleaned, sorted. Someone somewhere is boiling the flesh off and stacking the parts like leftover firewood. You almost throw up, you almost leave, but then you see something glinting in the dirt. You kneel, dig with your hands. It's a helmet, or what used to be one. The kind given to retiarii, net fighters. You brush off the sand. Inside the helmet, scratched into the metal, are 3 letters, LVA. You remember him, Lucius Valens Affer, the kid from 2 matches ago who was paired against a lion and a trained hoplomachus at the same time. They said it was a special themed match, called it Man vs. Myth. He didn't last 4 minutes, but you remember him because he was the only fighter who ever tried to smile before a match, even when shaking, even when doomed. And now his skull is probably in that pile 10 feet away. You sit in the dirt, helmet in your lap, and wonder how many stories have ended here. How many men and women have died for the crowd, the show, the system, and were then dumped without even a name? You've heard rumours of proper burials for star gladiators, but that rare, very rare, and usually only happens if a sponsor is trying to impress a mistress or score points with a governor. The rest of them, they become part of this secret graveyard beneath the Empire's most beloved playground. You've heard of the columbarium, the small burial chambers set aside for gladiators in some cities. Real ones, with urns and names and little epitaphs. They were funded by fellow fighters or small cults that honoured the dead. There's even one grave inscription that reads, "He fought bravely and never fled. May Mars keep him." You doubt anyone here gets that kind of poetry. Back in the barracks, you start asking quiet questions. Where do the bodies go? A Gaul snorts. They become part of the sand. Another man, an older one, near retirement if such a thing exists, leans in and whispers, "Under the arena, south wall." That's where they dump them. Sometimes they burn them, sometimes not. Felix, sitting in the corner, says nothing, just sharpens his blade with the same methodical scrape, scrape, scrape. But his silence is louder than anyone else's words. You know he's seen it too. One afternoon, you're ordered to help clear the aftermath of a particularly grand match. 30 fighters, 3 elephants, and something called a pyro chariot that burst into flames way too early. It's a mess. Charred limbs, ruptured bellies, a leg still twitching from nerves. You carry what you can, try not to gag, then you see it. One of the bodies. Familiar. One of the Thracians who trained beside you. His face is gone, burned off, but you recognise the scar across his stomach from a sparring match gone wrong weeks ago, and you remember he had a wife, somewhere, sold into service in a different part of the Empire. He used to hum while cleaning his armour. Now he's meat. They dump him into the pit like refuse, no prayers, no markings, just dust and gravity. Later, one of the handlers, an old slave who seems to have been here forever, tells you something strange. They bury the good ones deep, the ones the crowd loved, those they don't want found. They don't want anyone digging up a hero. You nod slowly, unsure if he's mad or just tired of pretending the world makes sense. There's even a debate among scholars. What happened to the remains of famous gladiators? Some say their bodies were burned and their ashes scattered in private rituals. Others argue they were displayed publicly for a day, like fallen saints, before being quietly disposed of. One theory suggests that bones of the most popular fighters were sold, used in charms, talismans, even love potions. People believed a drop of gladiator blood could cure impotence or inspire bravery. That's right, after death you weren't honoured. You were ground up and bottled. You try to sleep that night, try to forget the pit. But your dreams are filled with arms reaching up from the sand, helmets full of blood, teeth grinding behind the stone walls. When you wake, your fists are clenched, and your knuckles ache from how hard you've gripped the edge of your cot. The next time you're in the arena, you notice something new. The sand is darker in some places, not just wet, stained, as if the ghosts of all those bodies left a permanent echo. You don't fight differently. You can't afford to, but your eyes linger on the ground longer now. You wonder who lies beneath each step, who cheered here once, who bled out while the crowd sang drinking songs, and if anyone remembered them afterward. Probably not. The Colosseum does not honour the dead. It uses them, and then it erases them. You'd think the animals would be the worst part. Teeth, claws, unblinking eyes glowing in the dark corners of the holding pens. That low, rattling growl a lion makes when it knows something living is nearby. That sound gets into your bones, but lately what really sticks with you are the ones that don't growl, the ones that watch. Not with rage, not with panic, just silence. It's early morning and you've been ordered to help the beast handlers. Not for a match, not yet. Just assist with prep, whatever that means. Maybe someone finally figured out you're not great at staying idle. Or maybe someone wants to remind you where the real danger comes from. You get led through a tunnel you've never seen before, deep beneath the arena where the animal cages sit in a maze of darkness, steam and dung. It stinks of death, meat and damp fur. Iron bars stretch in every direction, some bent, some still claw-scraped. You pass cages that are empty but still humming with tension. Then you reach one that isn't empty. Inside, an elephant. Massive, scarred and swaying slightly side to side. It looks down at you like a god with no patience left for the world. You can see the chain marks on its ankles, the dark stain around its left eye. You ask the handler what match is in today. "It's not," he says, picking his teeth with a bone splinter. "It killed 3 last week. Wouldn't perform. Got tired. Emperor said he wanted a new trick, so we're sending it up for execution." You blink. "You're executing an elephant?" The man grins like it's a joke. "Not me. You." You laugh until you realise he isn't kidding. They're staging one of those novelty shows. The reversal of fortune, they call it. A beast that once crushed men now dies at the hands of them. They frame it as justice, spectacle, maybe even myth. An echo of those stories where gods are brought low for pride. But really, it's just a revenge fantasy. The crowd got bored with fearing the elephant. Now they want to feel powerful again. You're not the only one in the match. 3 of you will fight it. But that doesn't make it better. It just means you'll have a slightly longer window to die in. They dress you up like a Greek hero. Something ridiculous. A golden helmet, a red cloak, leather sandals so thin you can feel every grain of dirt under your heels. You're given a spear that's too light and a shield that's more decorative than useful. Theatre. It's all theatre. You're told to make it a worthy send-off. Lots of movement, lots of close calls, just enough danger to keep the crowd on edge. But don't kill it too fast, they want to feel the struggle. You don't ask why a creature that didn't ask to be here is now the villain of the day. You don't ask why your life has become a list of absurd commands like, make the elephant death look good. You just breathe deep, grip your spear, and hope someone in the crowd is drunk enough to blink at the right moment and miss you dying. They raise the gates. You enter the arena. And there it is again. The roar of the crowd, the sunlight catching dust in the air, the warmth of sand that's soaked more blood than you ever want to imagine. And in the middle, the elephant, now unchained. Just standing there, breathing slow. It doesn't charge, it doesn't bellow, it just waits. The other 2 fighters circle around, brandishing their weapons, playing their roles. One shouts something about glory, the other lunges, tries to make it look good. The elephant sways aside, doesn't even try to trample him, just steps back. As if it knows this isn't a fight, it's an ending. Then the first spear lands. It doesn't go in deep, just a shallow cut along the flank. But the elephant reacts, not by roaring or charging, but by looking, turning its head slowly, locking eyes with the man who cut it. Then it swings its head fast as a whip and smashes him with the side of its tusk. He flies like a sack of bones, doesn't get up. The crowd erupts. You're frozen. Not from fear, though there's plenty of that, but from the absurdity of it all. You're about to murder something ancient, sacred, intelligent. For what? A story the crowd can feel better about over dinner? The remaining fighter yells, trying to draw its attention. You move closer, carefully, heart pounding. You raise your spear, and then it happens. The elephant turns and looks straight at you, and does nothing. It doesn't charge, doesn't try to defend itself, just looks like it knows, like it's letting you. You don't lower your spear, you don't move. And then, because this is the Colosseum, and the script must go on, the other fighter strikes from behind. The blade goes deep. The elephant collapses with a groan that shakes the sand. Not a scream, not a roar, just a long, low exhale as if it's finally done. You kneel beside it as the crowd cheers. You don't hear them. You place your hand on its flank. It's still warm. There's a story Pliny once wrote about an elephant in a Roman circus. It bowed to the emperor before dying. Some say it was trained. Others say it simply knew the game, knew the stage, knew the cruelty of humans, pretending this was anything other than a public execution in a costume. There's still debate among scholars about how often the animals fought back. Some claim they turned savage, enraged by confinement and torture. Others say they resisted, refused to kill, lay down and took it. A silent protest buried in sand and applause. You don't know which is true, but today the elephant didn't fight. And somehow that feels worse than if it had crushed you flat. Back in the tunnels, no one speaks, not even the guards. You strip off your ridiculous armour, toss the spear aside, and wash your hands. The blood takes a while to come off. Later, someone claps you on the back and says, "Good show." You nod. But inside, you're somewhere else. Kneeling in sand, listening to something bigger than you die with dignity you'll never have. And that night you dream of eyes in the dark. Watching. Always watching. It's barely dawn when the whisper starts. Today. The crowd decides. You hear it from a passing guard, then again from a fellow fighter muttering over his breakfast, if you can call a handful of olives and a scrap of bread a meal. The phrase trickles through the barracks like smoke through cracks, curling around every man, woman and half-starved soul waiting their turn in the dirt. You chew slowly, not because you're savouring anything, but because your gut has already started to twist. When they decide, at least you know where the sword's coming from. But when the crowd decides, that's when things get unpredictable. See, most matches, no matter how chaotic they look, are usually rigged with structure. Maybe the Emperor waves a thumb. Maybe a sponsor nods from a marble seat. Maybe some snivelling official in a toga holds up a ribbon to signal mercy or death. But every now and then they throw the entire thing to the mob. Let the people decide. Blood or forgiveness, death or glory. And when that happens, it's not about skill, not about strength. It's about vibes. They don't even pretend to be scientific. There's no counting, no ballots, no consensus, just raw volume. The louder the roar, the more likely you are to die. Or, if they're feeling merciful, to walk away with your insides still inside. Your match today against a veteran, some Thracian with years in the arena and a reputation for breaking skulls like pomegranates. They tell you he hasn't lost a fight in 6 matches. You ask it if he's ever killed a man in a crowd-decided duel. The guard smirks. Depends on the crowd. The armour they give you is minimal again. No surprise. Leather straps, a thin breastplate that's seen too many repairs, and a shield that's been chewed along the edges, probably by dogs or time. Your sword, at least, is sharp. Someone must have felt generous, or wanted a good show. You don't get the tunnel this time. You walk directly out of the east gate, into the light, into the sound. And oh gods, the sound! 50,000 voices rising, crashing, folding into one giant, hot-warm wave of attention. It washes over you, drowning out the thought. You take a step forward, knee nearly buckling, and force yourself to stay upright. No limping, no blinking, no fear. Across the arena, your opponent enters, the Thracian. He's bulkier than expected, covered in gleaming bronze. His helmet has a bright red crest that makes him look 10 feet tall. The crowd loves him. He lifts his sword and they roar like he's already won. He probably has. You meet in the centre, exchange no words, just nods. He doesn't want to kill you. He has to. That's the game. The horn sounds. He moves fast, faster than he should. Your shield takes the first blow and it rattles your arm up to the elbow. You spin away, duck low, jab at his thigh. Your blade meets metal. Nothing. You circle each other like animals testing fences. Your next lunge is better, deeper. You land a cut on his ribs. The crowd gasps. He snarls, slams his shield forward. It hits your chest like a battering ram. You hit the ground, hard. Dust fills your mouth. You cough, roll, dodge just in time to avoid his downward swing. You're on your feet again, barely. You backpedal. He follows. Your mind is loud, but your body's louder. Screaming, bleeding, burning. You're not sure how many minutes pass like this. You land another cut. He lands 2. Then something strange happens. He falters, just for a second, staggers back, favouring his leg. You see it. A weakness. Maybe old, maybe fresh, but real. And suddenly the crowd isn't roaring for him anymore. They're split. You can feel it. Some chanting your name, some shouting for him. The sound is jagged, uneven, uncertain. This match is no longer about fighting. It's about them. He knows it too. He swings again, slow this time. You dodge, you land a hit. Deep, his shield arm drops. He drops, onto his knees. Blood running from his shoulder, his thigh, his mouth. You step forward, blade raised. And then, pause. He lifts one hand, doesn't beg, doesn't blink, just lifts it. A gesture of surrender. And then the arena waits. For them, the crowd. There's no signal from the magistrate's box, no banner, no trumpets. Just sound. It starts soft, murmurs, then a few claps, then yelling, screaming, some cry for death, some cry for mercy. You look around, trying to gauge it, trying to understand what's louder. But that's the trick. You can't. No one can. Not the guards, not the fighters, not even the poor soul holding a little scroll trying to scribble down the match details for the day's records. All you have is noise and instinct. The gate doesn't open. No executioner steps out, which means it's up to you. You lower your blade. The crowd explodes. Cheers and jeers mixed into a single storm of approval and disgust. You walk away, heart hammering. The Thracian is lifted up by medics. He'll live. Maybe. And now, you're not just the man who fought a crowd favourite. You're the one who spared him. Back in the holding chambers, the trainer claps you on the shoulder. You think it's meant to be encouraging, but he leans in close and says, "They'll expect more next time. Don't disappoint them." That night, someone sneaks you a crust of honey bread. A thank you, maybe. Or maybe a bribe. Who knows? You eat it anyway. You lie in your cot replaying the crowd's roar. The way it shifted, swelled, moved like wind in a storm, and you realise something awful. You can't win the crowd, you can only ride it. And when it turns, there's no shield strong enough. The names on today's roster aren't fighters. Not really. They're senators, governors, foreign dignitaries. The rich and the bored and the powerful, dressed in white silk and purple trim, reclining on couches in the best shade of the Colosseum's upper tiers. They're not here for sport today. Not exactly. Today's matches aren't about combat. They're about messaging. Politics with swords. You're not fighting for glory, you're fighting as a metaphor. The first time someone explains this to you, you think they're joking. You're going to die as a city-state, they say, slapping your shoulder with the same casualness someone might use to say, "Don't forget your helmet." When you stare, the trainer grins. You're Thrace today, or Carthage, or whatever they decide in the next 10 minutes. You blink. You want me to die symbolically? Exactly, he says, pleased. You get it. And that's how you learn about political executions as theatre. They call them supplicia canum sometimes, or historia vivens, living history. The crowd loves it, especially when they know the inside joke, especially when the man being parodied or insulted is watching it all unfold from the imperial box, pretending not to be offended. You're shoved into a staging room filled with props. Fake banners, wooden helmets painted like enemy crowns, shields with cartoonish symbols, a lion crest with crossed scrolls underneath it, a staff shaped like a trident. They were dressing you up not as a warrior, but as a stand-in, a symbol, a satire. They even give you lines. Seriously, lines. A little scroll is stuffed into your belt. Read this before dying, the assistant mimes. Really enunciate. They like it when it sounds like poetry. You consider throwing the scroll at his face, but instead you nod, because you know what happens to props that don't cooperate. They get fed to something with more legs than reasons. Today's performance is a reenactment of the fall of an unpopular province governor, Piso, or Piso's cousin, or someone similarly hated by Rome's elite. You're cast as him. You're told to dress like him, speak like him, even walk like him, based on the instructions of some grumpy senator who watched him trip once during a feast and decided that was like enough character development for the whole show. The arena is decorated differently today. Painted backdrops of marble columns, a fake tribunal seat at where the emperor, an actor in a wig that looks like it was made from shredded goat, will issue judgment. The announcer calls it the trial of the dishonoured, and the crowd hoots like it's a comedy hour. You step into the sun, they boo immediately. Not because of you, because of who you represent. It's not personal, it's never personal. You could be a tree stump in a toga and they'd still throw figs at you. A scripted accusation is shouted from one side of the arena. The judge makes a grand display of wiping tears from his eyes. The crowd laughs. Then comes your moment. You unroll the scroll. It's ridiculous. A fake confession written in deliberately clumsy verse. O mighty Rome, forgive thy humble servant who, through hubris, spilled wine upon the Senate's sandals and dishonoured the sacred latrine. You get a few chuckles. That's good. That means they're paying attention. Then the executioner enters. Not a real one. An actor in oversized armour carrying a massive wooden sword that's been painted silver. He's supposed to slay you in slow motion. Theatrical, pantomime, safe, except. There's another twist, because from the real gate they release a man you weren't warned about. A real fighter, and he's dressed as Justice. He charges toward you without warning, blade gleaming, no stage sword and no dulled edge. This isn't satire anymore. This is a kill. You drop the scroll, barely parry the first strike. He's fast, trained, but not theatrical. This is business. He slashes your leg, the crowd howls, they love it. You stumble back, bleeding. The actor playing the executioner retreats, confused. This wasn't in his script either. You're alone now, just you and the hired metaphor. You do what you've learnt to do best. Survive. You fight hard, really hard, not pretty, not choreographed. You dodge the worst of it, land a shallow cut across his arm. He grunts, not angry, impressed maybe. Then you hear it. A shout from the Emperor's box. Real emperor? No. But someone who matters, a patrician with sway, and he's laughing. Look at him. Piso fights back, let's see if he wins. And just like that, the mood shifts. This is no longer just punishment, it's a game. Your opponent hears it too. He changes tactics, more open swings, more performative moves. He's giving the crowd a show now. You lean into it. Play the fool, the overmatched villain trying to escape justice. And then, when he lunges too wide, you knock his feet out from under him. The crowd gasps. You pin him, blade to his throat. He smirks. Kill me, he whispers. Be the first fake governor to win. But you don't, because you know how this works. You raise your hands, throw your sword aside, shake your head dramatically. Play the coward, the hypocrite, the traitor who can't go through with it. And the crowd roars. That's the ending they want. Not triumph, not redemption, humiliation. They open the gate, 4 real guards enter. They finish the job. Later, as they clean you up, the trainer walks past, tosses you a rag. Nice work, he says. They laughed. You ask him what happens to the real Piso. He shrugs. Died last year, poison or gout or both. So what was the point? A reminder. Not to Piso. He's already gone. A reminder to everyone else. This is Rome. And in Rome, your death is never just your own. It's a statement, a performance, and sometimes it's the punchline of a joke no one told you were in. The man they call Doctore arrives unannounced. No trumpet, no scroll, no dramatic herald in gold-trimmed sandals. Just a knock on the barracks door, and there's a kind of silence that settles when someone with actual authority enters a room full of people trained to kill for applause. You've heard of him before, everyone has. He's the head trainer of another Ludus, a private one run by a sponsor so wealthy they import sand from the Nile just for the arena floor. His fighters win, a lot. Some say he can turn a slave into a champion in a month. Others say he picks his winners in advance and lets the rest bleed for narrative. Whatever the truth, he's here now, quiet, calculating, hair pulled back, skin weathered, like old leather scrolls. He walks past the cots without speaking, just looking. You wonder what he's measuring, your muscles, your injuries, your usefulness. When he finally speaks, it's to the trainers, not to you, but loud enough for everyone to hear. I need someone clever, he says. Not too popular, not too pretty, willing to fight unfair and win. There's a pause. Then all eyes turn to you. You're not the strongest or the fastest, but you've survived long enough to know that's not what matters. You're a chameleon now, a man who can shift between coward, hero, clown, and a corpse, all depending on what the crowd wants that day. And apparently that's exactly what Doctore is shopping for. You're selected. The next morning you're transferred to his ludus. No goodbyes, just a new cot, new walls, and a yard that smells like burning oil and old ambition. His facility is cleaner, more structured. You notice the fighters walk in straight lines. They don't slouch, no jokes, no dice games. Everyone here is afraid to be noticed. Doctore doesn't yell, he whispers, which is somehow worse. Your first day he has you spar with 2 fighters at once, no warning, no warm-up. They come at you like wolves. You manage to hold them off for 5 minutes before one pins your arm and the other knees you in the ribs so hard you see stars. You hit the sand, gasping. He steps in, looks down at you, says, "Good!" Then he walks away. That's it, no praise, no advice, just good. You learn quickly that his matches aren't won with brute strength. They're won with control. He choreographs fights like plays. Each movement has meaning. He teaches you how to make a hit look worse than it is, how to fake fatigue, how to sell desperation right up until the moment you strike. It's not just fighting, it's performance. You begin to see the arena like a stage, a chessboard of death, emotion, and timing. In your next bout, you're pitted against a man twice your size. Normally a death sentence, but you've trained for this. You dodge well, bleed just enough, gasp in the right places. Then, when the crowd is chanting for your death, you flip the script. A surprise blow to the back of the knee, a stab between the plates. He falls. You kneel, pretend to spare him. The crowd loses their minds. Later you find out Doctore bet heavily on you. It wasn't just a match, it was an investment. And you're becoming profitable. There's a fringe detail you've only recently learned. Some trainers, like Doctore, weren't just ex-gladiators. They were businessmen, strategists. They used their fighters like playing pieces. A new fighter might be sent into a losing match just to build the underdog story of another. The death of one becomes the rise of another. The entire ludus becomes a living storybook with blood for ink. One scroll, half preserved and probably censored, talks about a doctor who would personally write the scripts for his matches, down to the number of stabs. He'd stage love affairs between fighters, brotherhood, betrayals, then kill off one character and introduce a newcomer wearing the same armour, rebranded for a sequel. You're beginning to believe it, because your next match, you're given a backstory. You're now Vindex, the exiled prince of some fictional border town that never actually existed. You're to fall in love with your opponent's sister, who will watch from the stands, dramatically weeping even though you've never met the actress in your life. And when you win, you're to look up at her and shout, "Justice is mine!" You rehearse the line in your cot, rolling your eyes. But when the time comes, you say it, and they cheer. Because it's not about the fight, it's about the feeling. You start to win more. Not just fights, but roles. They give you better armour, more dramatic entrances. One day you arrive on a chariot. Another, you descend from the rafters like a hero returned from exile. And every time Doctora is watching. Sometimes smiling, sometimes not. You wonder what happens if you get too good, too famous, too extensive. Because the crowd loves a rising star, but they worship a tragedy. There's a saying whispered among the older fighters, "A man's worth peaks just before he dies." And you feel it now, every cheer, every bet, every nod from a senator leaning forward in his seat. They love you now, but they'll love you more when you fall. That's the trap. Back in your cell, you finally ask Doctore the question that's been rotting your teeth from the inside out. How will I know when I'm worth more dead than alive? He doesn't blink, doesn't smile. He just says, "I'll let you know." Then walks away, and you believe him. Because that's what a good trainer does. He teaches you to fight. And then, when the time is right, he decides how your story ends. You don't believe it when they first say it. You think it's a sick joke, a half-baked whisper in the back corner of the barracks, meant to mess with the new blood. But then you see it with your own eyes. Small sandals, narrow armour, and a face not old enough to grow a proper beard. Maybe 12, maybe younger. Standing in line, shield in hand, waiting to spar like the rest of you. A child, not watching, not delivering food, not sweeping blood off the arena floor. Fighting. You're still staring when a voice beside you mutters, "They call him Little Mars." That's when the bile rises. You've fought beasts, liars, politicians in costume, and one angry goat with armour and no clear sense of direction. You've been forced to kill for amusement, bleed for narrative, fake affection, fake death, and fake your own origins. But somehow this feels worse, because this kidder doesn't belong here. No one does, sure, but especially not him. He's small, too small for the armour he's wearing. The chest plate slides when he moves, the helmet shifts every time he breathes, and yet he holds himself like he's already learned the rhythm. He pivots during drills, his footwork is tight, his swings lack weight, but they're accurate. He's been trained. You ask around, he was born into it, sold before he could speak a full sentence, raised in a private ludus owned by a wine magnate who thought a boy fighter would make for irresistible novelty. He's been performing since he was 8, mostly staged fights, choreographed scraps for dinner guests. Now that he's older, they're testing him in the real arena, the big one, the Colosseum. Don't go easy on him, the trainer warns, handing you a dulled blade. Lads, he hates that. And so you step into the sand with him under a grey morning sky, unsure what role you're supposed to play. Not opponent, surely, not mentor, but not a killer either. Gods, please, not that. The match begins. He doesn't hesitate. Comes at you fast, low, precise. You parry, block, sidestep. His hits don't hurt, but they come with intent. There's something mechanical in his eyes, not angry, not frightened, just focused. Like this is all he's ever known. He trips at one point, foot slips in the sand, but he recovers quickly, frustration flashing across his face. You catch his eye. Lower your guard just a fraction. Let him win the next move. You think you're doing him a kindness? Big mistake. The next strike lands on your ribs. Hard, too hard for someone his size. He growls, and keeps going, blade moving faster, sharper, until the trainer steps in and ends it. The kid storms off, muttering it under his breath. You're left panting, unsure who just trained who. Back in the holding area, someone chuckles. Told you. Hates sympathy. You sit in the corner and replay the match, the way he moved, the way he looked at you, the way he clearly, genuinely wanted to win. Not survive, win. Later that day, he's matched again, this time with another boy, smaller, newer. You watch from the side, stomach twisted into a knot. The match isn't fair, and that's the point. They dress it up like theatre, David versus Goliath. But there's no script, no safety, no signal when things go too far, and they do. The smaller boy is good, but not practiced. He trips, he flails, he bleeds. The crowd loves it. The kid, the little Mars they keep calling him, wins in under 2 minutes. The other boy doesn't get up. You don't see him again. That night you catch the kid in the barracks, sharpening his blade with the same routine care as any veteran. You sit across from him, silent. Eventually he speaks. You were holding back today. You nod. Didn't seem like you needed help. He stares at you, then calmly. Everyone who goes easy on me dies later. I don't want to die easy. What do you even say to that? You realise he's not playing a role, he's not pretending, he's been trained, conditioned to believe that the arena is the world, that strength is survival, that mercy is death, and he's not wrong. Historians still debate the use of child fighters in the Roman games. Some say it was rare, that it only happened in rogue arenas or under especially sadistic sponsors. Others argue it was more common than the records suggest, just too shameful to document properly. There are fragments of graffiti showing small gladiators in helmets, too large for their heads. One recovered grave marker simply reads, "For Marcus, who fought twice and smiled once." You never see the kid smile. Over the next few weeks he fights again, and again and again, sometimes against adults, sometimes against other children. His record is flawless. He's fast, strategic, emotionally hollow, a killer forged from applause, and then, one morning, he's gone. No fanfare, no announcement, just gone. You ask around. A guard shrugs. Match went wrong, crowd turned, gate didn't open fast enough. Another man, older, says nothing, just shakes his head and walks away. You don't ask again, but that night you sit in your cot, unable to sleep. You remember the way the kid looked at you when you lowered your blade, not with fear, but with disgust. You remember the sound of his strikes. You remember that he was 12, or maybe younger. The next morning you wake earlier, you sharpen your blade, and you train harder. Not because you want to be like him, but because you know someone else will be. Soon. It's easy to forget how many secrets lie beneath the Colosseum, not just in the dark tunnels and blood-slicked holding pens, but beneath those, deeper, down in the guts of the beast, where sunlight never reaches, and even the guards don't linger too long. They call it the Hypogeum, the underworld of the arena. A labyrinth of pulleys, trapdoors, cages, and creaking platforms rigged with enough counterweights and levers to make even a warship engineer raise an eyebrow. This place isn't just about violence, it's about surprise, and nowhere is surprise more weaponized than down here. You first get assigned to the trapdoor crew as a punishment. Technically, it's because you mouthed off to a sponsor's lackey about the mould in your bread, but everyone knows it's a pretext. When someone becomes too visible or too valuable, they get reminded who's really pulling the strings, in this case literally, because your job is now to pull ropes, raise gates, release beasts, time a platform lift to coincide exactly with the beat of a drum above, so some pampered fighter can emerge from the underworld like a god reborn. There's no glory in it, no audience, just sweat, splinters, and the occasional rat the size of a house cat. But that's where you start to see how the Colosseum really works. The trapdoor system is genius in its cruelty. The floor of the arena, what the crowd sees as a clean circle of sand, is riddled with openings. Some big enough for elephants, others just wide enough for a bear to squeeze through. There are dozens, maybe more. The wooden panels are covered in sand so seamlessly that even a trained eye couldn't tell which part is about to vanish. And vanish it does, without warning. 1 second, you're facing your opponent. The next, he's gone, swallowed by the floor with a crunch and a scream. Or worse, you're the one standing over the wrong spot and suddenly a lion erupts from the ground, faster than thought, teeth first. It's like fighting on a stage where the stage itself is your enemy. You spend a week pulling ropes, observing from the shadows, and you realise that most fighters don't even know where the trapdoors are. They are given vague warnings, avoid the southern quadrant or watch your footing, but no one tells them specifics. Why? Because unpredictability is part of the spectacle. The trainers coordinate with the stagehands. Matches are mapped out like theatrical productions. This opponent enters at this time, that animal emerges here, that pillar collapses midway through the second round to add urgency. It's not a fair fight, it's a script. And if the crowd wants blood early, someone below flips a lever to speed things up. One day you help prep a match involving 3 fighters and a surprise element. You're not told what it is, just when to release it. On the 3rd trumpet blast, the stagehand says, Gate 12. You memorize your rope. Gate 12. When the moment comes, you pull hard and then a man is launched upward, not a beast, not a fighter, just a condemned criminal dressed as a Roman senator, arms bound, mouth gagged. He lands hard, groaning, directly between the fighters. The crowd roars with laughter. They weren't expecting a tiger. They got a traitor instead. The fighters hesitate. The man begs through his gag. Then one of them kills him. The crowd cheers louder. Later you find out the man wasn't actually condemned. Just disgraced. Too valuable to disappear quietly, too low to warrant a real trial. So he became surprise scenery. And now he's fertilizer. There's even then a scholar's theory. Fringe, but not implausible, that some gladiators trained with the trapdoors. Secretly coached on how to use them. Ducking behind them, luring enemies over weak spots. There are fragments of arena diagrams with marked zones, nicknamed things like the Pit or Jaws. One section was allegedly called Mercury's Trap, a panel that opened and dropped the unlucky into a pit filled with thorny stakes. Not confirmed, but when you've pulled the levers, the theory doesn't sound so crazy. You start to keep a mental map of the floor, where the panels groan, where the sand looks just a little too smooth. You pass this on to Felix and the others, quietly, one phrase at a time during drills. Avoid the northeast corner. Don't step left when facing the sun. You save 3 men that way, and maybe yourself. One afternoon you're called back into the ring, not as a rope puller, but as a fighter. You're relieved, if that word even means anything anymore. You know the system now, you know the floor. Your match is billed as the Duel of the Labyrinth. You and your opponent are blindfolded and spun 3 times before entering. The crowd loves the gimmick. You hate it, but you keep your feet wide, your steps light. You feel the slight give in the sand and you listen. You don't win pretty, you don't even win well, but you avoid the wrong spots. And when the trapdoor opens beneath your opponent's feet, you're not surprised. You lunge, you finish it, fast. The crowd thinks it was fate. You know it was leverage. Back in the barracks, Felix raises a cup in your direction. So you do know your way around, he says. You shrug. Only what they don't want us to. And that's the truth of the Hypogeum. It isn't just a floor mechanism. It's a weapon. A rigged system of chaos designed to tilt the odds toward drama. And the worst part. No one above realizes how much blood is spilled by the pull of a rope. They just see the sand bloom red and call it destiny. Some matches you forget the minute you wipe the blood off your blade. They blur together. Blow after blow, name after name, cheers rising and falling like the tide, until it all melts into a red-tinged fog. But others stick. Not because they were the hardest or bloodiest, but because something cracked inside the script. Something went off, and everyone, crowd included, had to pretend it hadn't. This one begins like any other. A matchup called Hearts of Fire. 2 pairs of fighters teamed up for the sake of honour and brotherhood. The announcer hammers that line home. Honour, brotherhood. It's the crowd's favourite storyline. Comrades forced to fight side by side, doomed to either rise together or fall apart. There's even a little backstory scrawled on a chalkboard backstage. Your partner is a distant cousin, exiled from the same mythical village as you, both framed for crimes you didn't commit. You're fighting today to redeem your names. It would be laughable if it weren't so obvious that the crowd's buying it. Your assigned partner is a stocky Nubian fighter named Ciro. You've seen him in drills before. Quiet, hard-hitting, rarely speaks, keeps his eyes low and his guard high. They dress you in matching capes and tell you to hold your swords aloft when you enter. The crowd eats it up. "The Brothers of Flame!" someone yells. You glance at Ciro. He doesn't smile. Your opponents are 2 Gauls. Big. Brutish. Almost certainly selected to lose this one. One has a crooked nose that's already been broken twice, and the other walks like his leg hasn't healed from his last match. But the crowd doesn't care. They've been fed a narrative, and they're all here to see the arc. The horn sounds, the fight starts. and for a few minutes it goes exactly to plan. You and Taro flank, press the advantage, stay just theatrical enough to let the crowd cheer. You graze one Gaul's arm and he sells it, spins, stumbles, clutches the wound like a playwright in a tragedy. Ciro knocks the other one down, doesn't kill him. Everyone's doing their part, till the whistle doesn't blow. You glance toward the magistrate's box. No signal. The crowd's still roaring, but something's off. The actors are down, bleeding just enough to be convincing, but no one's calling it. No gate opens, no executioner arrives. The Gauls look confused. So does Ciro. Everyone freezes for just a beat. Then the announcer booms, "The match continues!" And that's when it changes. One of the Gauls, crooked nose, rises faster than he should have. Charges, not at you, at Ciro. You try to intercept, but you're a half step too slow. His blade connects. Deep, right under the ribs. Ciro staggers. That wasn't part of the act, and blood pools fast. Real blood. You see it in the way Ciro's knees shake, the way his sword hand starts to drop. You rush to him, slash the Gaul across the back. He falls again, this time for good. But Ciro's still bleeding. You drop beside him. Try to hold pressure with your hand. You can feel it pulsing, his heartbeat weakening through your fingers. His eyes flicker toward you. He mutters something you can't hear over the crowd. You lean closer. Don't let them end it. And then his blade strikes you. Not deep, not deadly, but real. You gasp, fall backward, blood now on your arm. The crowd erupts, because that was unexpected. Two brothers now turned on each other. You want to scream, want to tell them it's not real, that Ciro's dying and someone's changed the script halfway through, but it doesn't matter. The arena doesn't care about truth, it only wants tension. And Ciro? He's playing along. He stumbles to his feet, points his sword at you, roars something about betrayal. You understand now. He knows he's not making it out. But if he goes down fighting, they'll remember him. Not as a wounded man dying in a rigged match, but as a warrior. So you fight him, not well, not seriously. You dodge, parry, give him space to burn his last strength. The crowd is losing their minds. Half of them are cheering for you, the other half for him. And when he finally collapses, sword slipping from his hand, blood darkening the sand beneath him, you drop to your knees, cradle his head, and scream his name. Theatrics, but real enough. Later you learn the truth. The Gauls weren't supposed to lose. They were paid to push the fight further, but the coin never came through, so they took liberties. Hit harder, stretched the match. Ciro got caught in the middle. You report it, quietly, to Doctorius. He nods once. Next week the Gauls are gone. No one asks where, but you know, that fight becomes a favourite among the crowd. The Fall of Flame, they call it. Someone even carves the scene into a clay tile sold outside the arena. You're immortalised mid-lunge. Ciro's figure collapsed beneath you. They sell out for weeks afterward. And you carry Ciro's blade with you now. Not because it's sharp, but because it's a reminder. The script only works until it doesn't. And when it breaks, you either die a character, or become a footnote in someone else's applause. It starts with a banquet. That should have been your first warning. Any time a Roman sponsor throws a feast in your honour, it usually means one of two things. You're either about to be rewarded, or about to be used. Possibly both. And tonight's feast has all the signs: too much food, too many eyes, and a wine selection far too expensive for someone who's just been stabbing people for applause. The sponsor's name is Petronius Gallo, a senator's son known mostly for his silk tunics, sharp tongue, and addiction to anything rare or unusual. Gladiators, it turns out, make excellent party decorations, especially ones like you, bloodied, recently victorious, and not quite famous enough to be a threat. You're seated near the centre of the atrium, surrounded by couches and bored aristocrats with soft hands and sharp opinions. They don't ask your name. They call you the Flame Killer, or the Carthaginian, or sometimes just this one. You're not a man here. You're a centrepiece. Petronius leans in close at one point, teeth pink with wine. "Tell me, what's it like?" he slurs. "Killing for fun? Do you feel like a god or an animal?" You don't answer, not because you're trying to be mysterious, but because you honestly don't know anymore. And then, between the honey-roasted dormice and a scandalous flute performance, he lays it out. "You'll fight at my villa next week," he says. "Private arena, my guests, very exclusive. He waves a hand like he's discussing garden decor. And for this event, I want drama, stakes, love, betrayal, something beautiful. You blink. You want to play. He claps his hands. Exactly, but with swords. You don't get to say no. Next morning you're escorted, well delivered like a prize goose, to his countryside villa. It's massive, the kind of estate that could house a dozen families and still have room for a private amphitheatre, which it does. That's where you'll perform. Not fight, perform. You're handed a script. An actual handwritten script. Lines, directions, stage cues. Your character has a name again, Elias the Exile. You've been cast as a doomed hero, betrayed by a lover, forced to fight your best friend. The finale is tragic. You die slowly in your friend's arms after realizing your enemy was your brother all along. It's ludicrous, and honestly, you fought in worse. You're given a partner for the act, an older fighter named Vetulus. Wry, bitter, scarred across the jaw. I used to be an actor, he says when you meet. Then I offended a magistrate and got sold. Life's a joke, kid. Rehearsals begin. Yes, rehearsals. You spend hours practicing sword movements that look good but aren't fatal. Blocking sequences, stage falls. You rehearse the final death embrace 6 times, adjusting your angle so the audience can see your face as you weep. At one point, a servant suggests you cry actual tears. More moving, she says, placing a fig daintily in your palm. Vetulus rolls his eyes so hard you worry they'll stay that way. When the day arrives, the crowd is small but fashionable. Dozens of upper-class Romans draped in fine linens, lounging with grapes and fans, murmuring to each other like they're attending a poetry reading. They've all come to see violence dressed in silk. Not combat, not survival, but artisanal death. You're dressed in white linen robes, barefoot, hair oiled and styled. You look like a temple offering. Vetulus wears black, a symbolic contrast. They love that. The performance begins. It's absurd, predictable, overacted, but somehow it works. You and Vetulus move through the motions like you've been doing this for years. He delivers his lines with a theatrical rasp. Clutch your ribs and stumble at just the right moment. The swordplay is sharp but precise. You slash just enough to draw blood. Not yours, thankfully, but one of the decorative slaves gets nicked accidentally in a chaotic flourish. The guests love it. Then comes the final scene. You kneel. Vetulus stands over you, sword trembling. Brother, you say, as written, strike me not with steel, but with forgiveness. He hesitates. You look up. And then the lights shift. Literally. They've set up mirrors to reflect the setting sun just as he raises the blade. It's golden. Beautiful. Like a painting. And in that moment, Vetulus drops the sword. Improv. The guests gasp. He grabs you, pulls you into a tight embrace, and sobs. Real tears. Somehow real tears. You whisper, you missed your cue. He whispers back, oh, we're not dying today. You both collapse dramatically. End scene. The crowd erupts. Standing ovation. You survive, and gain a strange kind of fame. For the next few weeks, your name spreads. Not as a warrior, but as an artist. A gladiator with emotional depth. One woman reportedly described you as the sword-wielding Euripides. You don't know who that is, but you assume it's meant kindly. There's a darker side, though. Now everyone wants to cast you. One sponsor wants to stage Oedipus in armour. Another proposes a parody of the Iliad, with real blades and bonus nudity. You're being typecast as the sensitive killer. The tragic eye candy. Doctor is not amused. This isn't what we train for, he says. But you know better. This is what you train for. Because in the Colosseum, or its gardens, or villas, or mock temples, what matters isn't just whether you survive. It's how you survive. With blood and with tears. Or, if necessary, with both. They call it the gift. Not loudly, not in front of the sponsors, but among the fighters whispered like a half-remembered prayer. The idea that once in a very rare while a gladiator is granted freedom. Not bought, not stolen, not smuggled out in the night. Given by the crowd, by a patron, by some twist in the machinery of fate that manages to smile on a man soaked in too much blood to dream straight. You've seen the rumours before, old men with notched arms pointing to scars and saying, this one? That's the one that got me the rudies. The rudies, the wooden sword that means you're done, released, No more sand, no more chains, just fields or family or some other fantasy you've forgotten how to want. But in truth, you've never seen it happen. Until now, his name is Aselio, and he doesn't look like freedom. He looks like granite, old, cracked, stubborn. A scar runs from the corner of his eye down to his neck, disappearing into a breastplate that's clearly been reforged more times than is reasonable. He's fought for 15 years, maybe more. No one's exactly sure. Some say he started as a slave, others say he volunteered, a citizen who lost everything and chose the sword over starvation. Either way, he's still here. And this week, he's set to fight his final match. It's being marketed as the end of an era. Posters, parades, public wagers, even the Emperor has taken interest, not because of Aselio himself, but because someone told him the crowd would love a redemption story, a grand finale, a man surviving the jaws of fate and walking free. You meet Aselio 3 days before the match during drills. He doesn't say much, just grunts, moves slow until he has to move fast. He's not training, he's tuning, polishing the same instincts that have kept him alive through decades of dying. He spars with you, doesn't speak, doesn't smile. But when your strike comes too low, he kicks your knee and says, "Don't get lazy, boy. You're not close to done." You mutter back, "You sure you are?" That gets a grin, just for a second. The match day arrives like a festival. You've never seen the arena dressed like this. Banners fluttering in the wind, rose petals scattered across the sand like confetti over a grave. The crowd is already chanting his name before he even appears. Aselio, Aselio. His armour is polished. His shield bears the mark of every school he's fought for. His sword is engraved, not for killing, but for memory. His opponent, a beast, not literal. No lions today, but a man bred for this exact moment. Young, vicious, new blood from the eastern provinces. Tall, beautiful, deadly. The kind of fighter who sells out the arena on the second poster. He's never lost, and now he's being offered the ultimate honour, the chance to end a legend, unless the legend ends him first. The horn sounds, and the fight begins. It's slow at first, calculated. The new blood is flashy, spins, feints, tries to draw cheers with every wide arc of his blade. Aselio doesn't waste movement. He's a rock. He watches. He waits. You can see it from the barracks tunnel. He's studying him like a craftsman measuring the wood before the cut. The new blood gets the first strike. Shallow, showy, the crowd ooze. Aselio just grunts. Then he moves, fast, like a storm. A lunge, a sweep, a shield bash that rattles the arena walls. The new blood stumbles, recovers, but now he's on the defensive. He's not used to being pushed. Aselio presses him hard, not recklessly, methodically. He herds him across the sand like a butcher coaxing a pig toward the pit. And then, at just the right moment, he opens his guard, a trap. The kid falls for it. Aselio catches the incoming blade with his vambrace, twists, and sends his own sword deep into the side of the new blood's chest. Not a kill, but close. The young fighter drops, and the arena erupts. Not in horror. In joy. Because they smell it, the gift. The Emperor rises, half drunk, squinting through the sunlight. One of his aides whispers something. He nods. A herald steps forward, scroll in hand. The people of Rome, by voice and will, declare Aselio manumissus, free by deed, by valour, and by popular demand. A second scroll is unrolled. His rudis is carried out on a red cushion, held by a child dressed in Mercury's robes. The whole thing's absurd, theatrics, but somehow it's still real. Aselio kneels, takes the wooden sword, and for a moment, just a flicker, you see him shake. Not from fear, but from something harder, something colder. He stands slowly, holds the rudis high. The crowd screams, cries, throws roses, coins, bread. Aselio walks out of the arena alone. No chains, no guards. Just a wooden sword and a quiet look that says, "I didn't die, and that's enough." You don't see him again. Some say he retired to a farm. Others say he vanished on a merchant ship to Alexandria. One theory insists he opened a tavern and spends his nights telling drunken stories no one believes. You hope all of them are true, because for once, just once, the script didn't end in blood. And now, dream about the rudis, a piece of wood, shaped like mercy, and you hear the name whispered first, like a rumour carried by smoke. Domitian is coming. The moment it hits the barracks, everyone stiffens. Even the veterans, those who fought through emperors, uprisings, famines, and the year 4 emperors wore the same laurel crown. Go quiet. Because Domitian doesn't just show up to watch, he shows up to reshape the games into something darker, bigger, bloodier. They start prepping the arena 5 days early. That's how you know it's serious. They replace the sand, not just cover it, replace it. Clean, pale grains brought in from some distant province to give a better contrast with blood. They repaint the walls, sharpen the spikes. They even retouch the animal cages, as if the lions are going to care whether the rust has been polished. The guards get new armour, the announcers get new scrolls, the fighters, you get new death odds. Word spreads that Domitian has planned a celebration of Rome's power in the form of a 3-day arena spectacle. That sounds glorious until you learn what that means. Over 100 matches, countless executions, recreations of naval battles, somehow inside the Colosseum. Yes, there are flooding the lower levels. And the grand finale? A multi-tiered all-versus-all Judgment Day match that's part ritual, part extermination. You're in it. Of course you are. But before that, there's the procession. Every fighter selected for Domitian's games is paraded through the streets in ornate armour, escorted by horns, musicians, and painted slaves carrying symbols of glory. Your symbol is a severed boar's head on a spear. You don't know why. You don't ask. The crowds cheer, they throw flowers, some spit. A child shouts your name, your stage name, and runs alongside of the chariot. You almost smile, but then you remember where the road leads. The first 2 days of the event are chaos. Executions disguised as mythology. A reenactment of the fall of Troy, except every Trojan is a real man. The gates open and Greek soldiers pour in like bees from a cracked hive. They burn props, they stab actors, they laugh. The crowd eats it up. You watch from the shadows assigned as reserve. Your turn comes tomorrow. Night falls like a blade. Domitian is here. You glimpse him only once, seated high, swathed in purple, face blank. He doesn't cheer, doesn't flinch, just watches, always watches. Some say he's half mad, others say he's a god in disguise. You know better. He's just a man who's gotten used to deciding who lives and dies before lunch. The morning of Judgment Day arrives without fanfare. They wake you early, dress you in black armour. Not your usual gear, this is ceremonial. Shiny, heavy, impractical. A lion crest on your chest plate, eagle wings etched into your greaves. They say the symbolism is important. You're cast as fate. Everyone else is something lesser. Deceit, cowardice, rage, hubris, love. Yes, love. Poor bastard. There are 10 of you. 1 ring. Only 1 is supposed to live. The crowd is already drunk when you're led in. Some are weeping, others singing. You step onto the sand and feel that old familiar hum in your chest, like the arena itself is breathing, waiting. Around you, the others take position. Some you fought beside, one you nearly killed last month. Another saved your life 2 years ago by kicking a spear out of a charging gladiator's hand. Doesn't matter now. The horn sounds. There's no delay, no ceremony, just sudden blistering violence. The first man goes down to a hammer, the second to a dagger across the throat. You're not sure who kills who after that. It's all motion, screams, dust, the crack of bone against bronze. You move like you've trained, not for survival, for performance. Every kill is clean, every strike dramatic. You duck when the crowd expects it. You feint left when the blood says right. It's not just instinct now, it's craft. 3 remain. You, the one called Rage, and the one called Love. Of course, Love is sobbing. He drops his blade, raises his hands. Rage cuts him down in a single stroke, doesn't hesitate. The crowd cheers. Then there are 2. You and Rage. He charges. No games, no art. He wants this to be over. And maybe so do you. But something in you flares, some stubborn flicker of survival you haven't yet stomped out. You dodge, slide, slam your shield into his throat. He staggers. You bury your blade in his stomach. Slow, purposeful, he falls. Silence. Then the crowd explodes. The gates don't open. No announcer speaks. Instead, Domitian stands. Everyone else follows. He raises his hand, thumb to the side. The crowd screams divided. But Domitian, he flips it up. Mercy. You live, again. But what you feel isn't relief. It's hollowness, like every kill dug a little deeper into your chest and left something else behind. Back in the barracks, they strip your armour. You sit naked under a trickle of water. You don't bleed, but your hands won't stop shaking. Someone places a wooden sword beside you, not a rudis, just a prop for next time. And you laugh so hard they call the medic. But when he arrives, all you say is, I played fate and lost. Because deep down, you know the truth. No one really wins, not in the Colosseum, not under Domitian, not even the crowd. The Colosseum never really sleeps. Long after the crowds have stumbled home and the blood has dried beneath the sand, the bones remain, some buried, some burned, some just missing. But the echoes, they linger, in the tunnels, in the dust, in the cold, cracked stone of a place that once pulsed like the heart of an empire. And you, survivor, if that's even what you still are, lie awake in the quiet. No matches tomorrow, no scripts, no armour fittings or fanfare, just silence stretched thin as old rope, your fingers twitch without a blade in them. Your breath still catches when a bird flies too low, shadow crossing your eyes like the old arena nets overhead. The truth is, even if they set you free, you'll never walk fully out of the arena, because part of you stayed there, in the sand, in the cheers, in the 1,000 tiny deaths that weren't yours, but could have been, sometimes in the night. You hear the crowd again, not shouting, just watching. And in those moments, you wonder who the real gladiators were, the ones in the pit, or the ones who demanded blood with their mouths full of figs and wine. It doesn't matter anymore. The empire falls eventually, like everything. The Colosseum cracks, the marble fades. Wildflowers grow where once you kneeled to kill a man who might have once been your friend. And long after your bones are dust, someone will stand among those ruins and wonder who you were. They won't know. They'll guess. Maybe they'll even get it half right. But you'll still be there, in the ground, in the story, in the arena that never really ends.